Oh, if only I could masturbate while I'm streaming. But I just have to be horny for a few hours. Didn't have time for a nice, quick little wake-up fap.
Meantime, shipping data shows an oil tanker loaded with Iraqi crude oil passed through the Strait of Hormuz, close to the Iranian coast today, a day after Iran said Iraq was exempt from restrictions on passing through the vital sea route. Meantime, the diplomatic advisor to the UAE's president says the country would support international efforts to keep the waterway open, but that it wouldn't act alone. With me now is military expert and retired Air Force Special Operations Commander Glenn Ignazio. Mr. Ignazio, sir, welcome and thank you for being here. Now, Trump has appeared to set a new deadline for Iran to make a deal Tuesday night at 8 p.m. or he will bomb Iranian power plants and other infrastructure.
Oh no. uh.
Hey VG, since it's Easter, did you know that there is an island in Japan that's home to nothing but feral bunnies?
I did. Yeah, they used them for experiments, right? And then they just abandoned it. And then they let the rabbits loose. You know. Aw, little rabbits. Rabbits are funny, silly little creatures. Look at all those rabbits just jumping around. Rabbits. It's nice petting bunnies. Bunnies are nice to pet. I like rubbing rabbits. Rabbits are real good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Chris donated $13. Let me see. Is this some gay music you want me to listen to?
Yes. This daughter, this day, only this day, and this world.
I don't understand how you people can say, I have a bad taste in music, I have a bad taste in TV shows and movies and all this shit. This is worse than pineapple on pizza. Like, if I was hungry enough, I could eat this. There's no fucking world where I could be so bored and understimulated. I'd rather listen to this than just nothing at all. Thanks for the donation, though, Chris. I appreciate that. It's just, you know, you're a retard who likes bad music, is all. It's not your fault, though, for being stupid.
I am...
Yeah, I heard of the Jubilee vegan vid. I don't know if I can react to it because Jubilee has really weird fucking things with copyright and whatnot. Oh boy.
Do you think we...
I heard it got so bad at one point, the moderator started trying to help them. Yeah. Maybe we could get into that a little later.
Not a war expert, but I want to know, what do you make of his strategy of telling Iran exactly what he's going to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna dual stream. I just haven't set it up yet. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Just shut up. I'll do it. Nah, that wasn't my mom. She left this morning. As is a buddy of mine.
Is every natty or not video you ever made meaningless now that you're taking steroids? Also, I think you're in this video because you're going bald.
Mike Menser was a crystal meth addict. Rich Piano was a crystal meth addict. This guy, we know for sure, had one of the worst diets and lifestyles imaginable. He just sat on the couch and ate all day, and ate like a retard. Nasser was injecting synthol and was having a lot of physical issues from it. We know that from some people who trained with him. Rich also was having synthol, and we also know he was having issues with the synthol and site enhancement he was doing. Cedric McMillan, he died during like some contest prep. Who the fuck knows what was going on? You could like again, yeah. Mike, okay, great, died at 48. Probably just ate like shit, you know. Dallas McCarver, from what it seems like, he was probably taking extremely high doses of nandrolone for very prolonged periods of time. Because when they did his autopsy, his heart was extremely enlarged. He might have also had some whatchamacall, genetic predisposition for it. Who the fuck knows the Sean Roden? So, okay. Meth addict, dumbass, question mark, kind of question marky. Whoopie fucking diddly do. Notice how all these people are bodybuilders, by the way. No strongmen, powerlifters, cyclists, like, again, I've mentioned this before, every sport has steroid use, and it's ubiquitous. But they can only bring up bodybuilders. Like, it's just fucking stupid. Where the fuck am I in this video, though? Are you just making a joke that I look like this guy? I think we've already reacted to this. It's really gay and retarded. If you want to be a little pencil neck, be my guest. Thanks for the donation. Steroids are dumb. Saw Trump's tweet about giving Iran a deadline to open the Strait of Hormuz, calling them dirty bastards. Nah, I didn't see the tweet. I heard about him giving them a deadline, but didn't see the actual tweet.
And exactly when he is going to do it. Is that typical?
No, not typical. I mean, from a military operation, of course, when diplomacy fails, it's where military gets in. But at the same time, you don't advertise what you're going to do. And so in that particular, or with that aspect of it, I feel like there's deterrence or intimidation that's pushing them to possibly in this negotiation side. And no, he says 8 o'clock Eastern time. It doesn't mean those operations will actually be carried out at that time. That says his deadline. The addition to that is, and this is one of the things of my personal.
This could've been you if you were just a tiny bit better at communication and talking. It's really annoying watching you sit idly by and not taking action. I am so mad to you, VG. You are useless and lazy.
Being on Jubilee sounds kind of cringe to me. Maybe if we can work out some sort of deal where I get to kill everybody in the room afterwards. But I may end up doing more collabs and going on more people's channels and shit in the near future. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Experience in Ukraine is
New Frank shorts? Okay, sick. We'll watch that in a minute.
that hitting these particular power plants and so forth is more detrimental to the people. I'm not sure. I believe it's listed underneath a possible war crime. So that's something we really gotta watch a knife edge on.
It's not a war crime if it has a legitimate military purpose, dumbass.
On that, because I wouldn't want to hurt the.
Oh, little Mr. I can't even bench press a single fucking plate aside. Little, I eat too many fucking hamburgers at McDonald's. Little, I'm too fucking lazy to just shave my head and I have this fucking horseshoe going on here. It might be a war crime. Fucking gay.
People more than the government.
Yes, and that is a good point that you bring up. Another point.
What the fuck does he mean it might hurt the people more than the government? Buddy, there's a reason why Iranians are cheering on fucking Trump and the IRGC are all panicking and they're all fucking winding up dead. Like, what a stupid fucking idea.
Is that Iran, we know, has at least some war capabilities left. We saw it.
Do they, like, only interview gay retards or something?
Shoot down American aircraft. Will there be concern about heightened risk to American troops if this operation goes ahead?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that.
Steroids are dumb, donating to layers. Two things can be true at once. You can support the general idea of dismantling the current Iranian regime, which requires severely dismantling the IRGC in a prolonged effort while recognizing economic damage from it is not politically viable. Yeah, so, gay! Have fun. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
I don't care if it's cringe, you are the perfect person to have on there, both for them and for you, so they would absolutely have you on. It's just that you don't try and you don't reach out to Ditsiny and force him to get you in contact with Jubilee people. It's so easy.
We'll try to get it done in the future, okay? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Yes, they are, and the volcano rabbit from Mexico's volcanic slopes is the strangest. Sadly, they are endangered thanks to illegal hunting by indigenous people as well as habitat destruction and faucet fires by farmers.
Has small rounded ears, about a third the size of a cottontail's, which also has a white fluffy tail. The volcano rabbit's tail is so small that it's almost impossible to see. The rabbits don't dig burrows, but live in tunnel systems within the dense stands of...
It'd be cool if you could just be friends with rabbits and squirrels and other animals. I've literally never heard of volcano rabbits. I was expecting to just get a bunch of stupid AI photos if I googled volcano rabbit. Really cute. I like how stubby they are. Those are good rabbits.
Zacaton grass. Right, that the rabbits have to be particularly wary.
Rabbits.
The nest is hidden in the dense grass. Brings them out during the day to drink at a temporary pool.
Oh, drinking. They need water. Those are rabbits. Protect the rabbits. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Not exactly a tweet, but some sort of post by Trump himself though. Not sure if I would consider it based or unhinged.
Well, either way, he's fucking shit up, so. That's all that matters. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Goose donated $2, special kitty. Oh my god. Oh, that is a special kitty. Oh my god, he's a big chumbish. Wow, they're so sentient. Look at him experiencing things. And having a subjective experience. Oh my god. Oh, that's amazing. Wow, that is a special cat. Oh.
Rather, it's something far more unusual. My name is Davis, and let's meet the Cape Genet.
Oh my god.
Now, the Cape Genet, also known as the South African large-spotted genet, is an incredibly fascinating animal native to the farthest extreme of southern Africa. A fierce and successful carnivore, the Cape Genet prefers to inhabit well-watered areas with dense cover within its range. Several factors contribute to the Cape Genet's success as a medium-sized carnivore. They employ a relatively low-risk hunting style in which they rely on stealth and ambush, targeting small, easily subdued prey items such as rodents, birds, and large insects. They do not typically engage in risky chases of their prey. Their ability to
That's not good.
hunt both on the ground and in trees, as well as their ability to tolerate human-altered landscapes, also contribute to their success.
They should feed them vegetables. That would be nicer. Oh.
Crows don't eat woodchucks. You're fine. Yeah, you're fine. Hi, Cup, honey. Crows don't eat woodchucks.
My god, those are good groundhogs. I love groundhogs. They're so chubby. Like how big and chubby and squishy they are. It's so good. Oh.
You trying to bury those for later? How's that going? How's that working out? Huh?
I really like Chihuahuas.
The Patagonian Mara is a relatively large rodent growing up to 4 feet high and 7 feet long, living up to 25 years. This herbivore, somewhat
Kind of looks like a cross between a capybara and a deer.
rabbit-like animal is found in an open and semi-open habitats
Yeah, it literally looks like a cross between a capybara and a deer.
in Argentina, including large parts
Weird.
of Patagonia, due their name Patagonian Mara. They have distinctive long ears and long limbs. Its hind limbs are longer and more muscular than its forelimbs.
Yeah,
These
those are good
animals are
veggie
usually
guys.
very fast and agile because they have to escape from their predators. Mass decreasing. They live in herds of at least
That's nice. Would you go here? Yeah, seems pretty sick. Thanks for the donation, Goosis.
Lol, yes, because any action against Iran is justified even if it caused a second Great Depression according to you. Good one, lil bro. Also, your performance against Destiny was fucking embarrassing.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation. Sleepy donated $2. Let me see.
The hypothetical reason to get plastic surgery in America is because you can get remediation if something goes wrong. Oh, if you go out of the country and something happens, you can't sue the doctor and get paid. You can't in America either, dude. They own the court system. I have to sue the state of California because a corrupt judge dismissed my lawsuit in the California state court. I didn't even get it to trial. They just throw the case out. So if you cannot get reimbursed and remediated in America after getting plastic surgery, why bother? The best eye surgeons are in Korea. The best nose surgeons are in Turkey. The best jaw surgeons are in Italy. Why would you get surgery in America? There's no reason to. It's more expensive. It's a ripoff. The doctors are less skilled. And they will sucker you into paying for law. They'll steal more money. They'll trick you into thinking you can get your money back through. I filed a lawsuit against Based Body Works for market manipulation and price gouging. Now, I started.
Doesn't he claim that he has the cheapest products on the market? So how can he sue them for price gouging?
My company, Frankie's Naturals, years before they did, and they make more money in an hour than I make all year. And there is no way you can sell a product at multiple times a fair market value without monopolizing and manipulating that.
Oh, wait. Okay, I misunderstood. He's suing them because their products are expensive?
That market. Frank, they just have better marketing than you. You could not advertise to the entire United States without spending tens of millions of dollars, which they haven't even made as a company in their entirety. So the only possible.
He doesn't know what antitrust means. Why does he do this? He loses all of these lawsuits, and they cost him money.
Ways that they're making deals behind the scenes with these social media companies and paying people off to shove Based Body Works down everyone's For You page, which means they are getting advertising for practically free, for pennies on the dollar, way cheaper than anyone else would have to spend. And the CEO of Based Body Works always tries to come out and say, oh, our products are higher quality. And as someone who actually formulates and makes products, no, they're not. There is no ingredient in any of Based Body Works formulas that justifies the price. In fact, my products on Frankie's Naturals, which are actually higher quality because they don't have added chemicals and preservatives, and they are minimal ingredients with the highest quality ingredients, are way cheaper, a fraction of the price. Like Based Body Works shampoo is $25, $30. Mine is $12. My products.
So you're suing them because you have a superior product that's more affordable. Does this make any sense?
Are 1/3 of the price of Based Body Works and higher quality. That is the biggest lie this company is trying to peddle, that their products are high quality. No, They're manipulating the market. They have an unfair reach.
Like, I just don't know what's... I'm trying to rationalize, and I really probably shouldn't be doing that. He's just going fucking schizophrenic.
This monopolization has allowed them to get such a large customer base that they're able to grab the suckers that are willing to pay that much for a bottle of shampoo. It is not a fair market. It is not a capitalist, depending on how you define capitalist, but it's definitely not a fair economy. And if you look at the comments on any of Based Body Works videos, they're always complaining about the price. Every single customer and everyone that views Based Body Works video is complaining about the price. Anyone would agree that they are price gouging for the product quality. But Based Body Works and these greedy lunatics that are in charge of it, that control all the social media platforms apparently, have been getting away with it. Now I think with the economy getting bad, now they're just trying to scam people. And it really upsets me that they do these live streams and try to fake these deals. And they say they're going to give away $100 worth of products. And they give you like a free handbag and towel from China that cost them 50 cents. Just really scummy, scammy, rip-off company. And I speak for not just myself, but all of these other thousands and thousands of smaller hygiene and cosmetic companies that could be making a nice living instead of these.
I'm sure if you read the alleged claims, he probably mentioned that they're part of the Illuminati secret society. Like, I can guarantee you he did. I don't know why he doesn't just try to make money or something.
KLS_QC27 at FHW0L9F411 up 1LFWT_X4EG4D40054DFO1Q3 and WSTVK8W&WSTVK_Silt1 IRO7P2 Puko Cockle 6 Back2 Olps 0Y7 Dio1_BHC Muknvc1_Muwa JP1 5M1 P2 CGQTRWHH01 TVGHR8 is of Di7 TGD9 Nob 9 were 3 Nefate non-air TP10.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, basically. Thanks for the donation, non-web.
Sadly, they are also endangered thanks to forest fires and habitat loss and forest fires caused by evil farmers as well as feral cats shown at the 8.22 mark and the 11.43 mark.
They won't cross the open farmland, where they would be vulnerable to predators like the red-tailed hawk. Survived. But both the chicks and the pygmy rattlesnake face a much more formidable threat. Much of this unique habitat has been destroyed to provide much-needed agricultural land for the area's growing population. The valleys that were once covered in Zacaton have been transformed into farmland. Only side to hillside in search of insect prey. Feral cats are becoming more and more common as the rabbit's habitat is cleared and the land is settled by farmers. The rabbits already have to contend with bobcats, coyotes, weasels, and hawks.
That's why you shouldn't let your cats outside. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
VG, you worthless human being, can you prove yourself useful by making your way onto Jubilee? I doubt it, because you are useless and lazy.
Yeah, I'll do it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. This Easter, we think of the Palestinian Christians in Gaza that mark Easter without their loved ones, as the Israeli occupation suffocates Gaza. Celebrations are limited by severe shortage. That's great. Cat Turd is one of the biggest Twitter profiles. Yeah, Laura Loomer, Libs of TikTok, Mega Voice, James Woods. Fucking weird. Twitter's a shithole. What the hell? It's like IRL X-ray.
Drone that's watching, so just watch for a moment. So the blue force is my friendlies. So see that little right-hand corner where it sees behind the containers?
Uh-huh.
They're tracking where the bad guy is. They're tracking where my guys are. And then watch when they go behind the container. So I can actually see through it and watch. Now they're engaging the guy over there, and he's down.
Wow.
Imagine a guy's coming over a hill, and I want to engage him. So actually, I'm going to pot on the mission shield. There we go. So this is a system that allows everybody to basically be operating as one combined hive mind. See, I see.
I've seen something similar like this before. I know the US military had some drone stuff that had a system kind of like that. Yeah, I figured it was a matter of time. I remember, way back in the fucking day when, Ghost Recon, was it Advanced Soldier or Advanced Warfare? Yeah, Advanced Warfighter. They literally had exactly that. That was a fun game back in the day, especially I really liked the second game online. Advanced Warfighter 2 online was really fucking dope.
As you mentioned, in Venice, they've really scaled the printing press. As a result, you have the metalworking for fine typesetting, milling technology for water mills, windmills is advanced. Why didn't Italy have the Industrial Revolution?
If you're already the center of big finance, big wool, and big oil,
Yeah.
do you need an industrial revolution? You're already economically on top through the power of agriculture. What was England producing? Crappy quality wool? England was so aware that it couldn't process wool into high quality without masses of olive oil, which it couldn't produce, that England just exported its crude wool to Florence. So that's one reason that industrialization doesn't kindle in Italy. It doesn't feel like it needs new industry. Another is it's so subdivided because those rich cities are still mostly independent, whereas a centralized crown in England is more able to pass legislation to facilitate a massive transformation. No city really wants to be the one where the giant industrialization is happening. It's awful for the city. So those are a plural bunch of reasons.
As you mentioned, in Venice, they've really scaled the printing press. As a result,
That's interesting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
As well as forest fires at the 19.42 mark.
Brigada 1, estoy detectando un incendio en el paraje Cruz del Niño, predio Topilejo, delegación Tlalpan, cuadrángulo 17108, entrada carretera federal.
During the summer, the firefighters really have their work cut out. are either deliberately or accidentally man-made.
Oh, poor rabbits. Why do the rabbits have such a hard life? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And people wonder why you hate humans so much, VG. After watching something like this.
Clearing the grass above ground.
Yeah, they're mean to rabbits. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Kid Boo donated $2. Jeez, they're fast. I don't want to watch that. Poor little goat. Is this just gonna be some dumb racist shit?
Say, you don't know how this fucking country works.
Yeah, I do know how this fucking... Back up. In my face. You bugging out. Back up. Are you bugging?
Yeah, it's funny when racists pick fights with black dudes who just kick their ass. Oh, jeez. Dude, why is he doing that outside of the safeties? Oh, when's it gonna happen? This guy doesn't seem too smart. Well, thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Pen is gonna take his trazodone now to put it to the test. He will swallow the pills with a sip of C4. JK, he put the rest in his canteen so he can sip a fresh cold one with Adderall in the morning.
Well, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, non-wib. Have you stopped the workout streams? No, I literally did one like 2 days ago.
Question. So a lot of those big systems, the surface-to-air missile systems that are significant, those were taken out. Those are the things that use radar. They can really reach out high altitude. Some of them, the missiles are about the size of a telephone pole. A lot of those systems were taken out. It doesn't mean that they haven't snuck any in. One of the things that we believe that hit these aircraft is a thing called man-portable air defense, man-pads. Those are things that are literally a tube that an infantryman could carry or whoever, and there are thousands of them in the country. So those are the things you have to worry about, or guns and gun emplacements. Those are the ones you can't really detect except visually. So there are certain aspects that we do dominate that air, but that always means there's a threat, and that's what we're always concerned about. So that's sort of the difference that a lot of people have been asking. I hope that explains it to a lot of viewers.
Now, Tehran has responded, saying the Strait of Hormuz will remain blocked until Iran receives pay for war damages. How do you see this all playing out?
I think that's the biggest challenge, because the Straits of Hormuz aren't just really affecting, say the United States. I know we don't take oil, but I mean, economically, it's significant. And it's, again, globally significant. So the United States is being looked at as the one who triggered this. And I think everybody's got their attention on this. So whereas the Straits of Hormuz have to be open, and that's where that threat from President Trump is coming from. And I think that is probably one of the biggest cases. We sort of touched on, if there was ever, and again, hope it doesn't happen, say boots on the ground, I would see it around the Straits of Hormuz or around the Hormuz Islands to keep that area open. And that's a significant step up in escalation that also extends the conflict. So I would hope, based on the UAE and some of the attacks that they've received, that some of their forces get in place. There's an emirate called Ras Al Khaimah, which is right at the tip by the Straits of Hormuz. There's no real military presence. There hasn't been in years. And that's something that the UAE may be able to get involved in. But it is probably the most subject, I would say, from a subject standpoint, one of the most important things I think everybody is focusing on.
All right, that is our time. Thank you very much for yours on this Easter Sunday.
Happy Easter. Thank you.
Happy Easter to you. That is military
Yay.
There not be a tiny little man on my bed. I swear, if there is a tiny man.
Oh my god.
Never play a horror game when you have a cat.
Stop eating plastic. Stop eating plastic. Your food bowl is full. Why are you trying to eat plastic?
Guests. Average morning in Turkey.
Oh my god. Oh, that would be incredible. Oh. Yeah, that's gummy. Yeah, he does that. The fuck? Oh. Oh. Oh my goodness. I love kitties.
Do you think we should reduce the amount of pain that plants are experiencing?
Yes, we should. Plants matter. Hashtag plants matter.
You're not addressing my points. You are not addressing my points. You are deflecting because I literally backed you into a corner.
You can have sex and it was unethical, non-consensual, but it was great. Or you can have the consensual sex and it's not quite as good. Which one do you pick?
Probably a cheeseburger.
Is eating meat...
That tells me literally everything I need to know about that.
fish than...
Oh my god, I don't know if I can fucking handle this. Oh.
John Zook fucking join the Matrix and be autistic at johnzookfedivegan.org.
Okay. That sounds like fun. Thanks for the donation on Wib. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
He's right there with it again. He's ready. Stop. Stop.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't fight people who are half your age. Unless you're like 20. Dragon Ball, Naruto, Bleach, One Piece. That chick in Hinata were really hot. I liked that blonde girl and Hinata. With Dragon Ball, I was never super into Bulma at all, but Android 18, she was fine as hell. Not familiar with Bleach. That chick seems pretty hot with the boobs at the end. That chick might be okay. It's kind of hard to see. And One Piece... I don't know, the way it's drawn, you know. I really like girls a lot. They're pretty fucking cute, and they have nice butts and everything. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Dodo donated $2.
Why are they so dirty? Just seeing this makes me feel confusion. What is this? If you eat healthy food, please like and subscribe.
AI makes really weird shit. That'd be cool if food could just turn into rats.
که شنیدی صدای متجاوز به خاک وطن، صدای متجاوز به صدای حق و حقیقت است. آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلود استودیو.
Yeah, where's your god now?
Okay, so if you're in school or if you are any age, whether you're in school or not, okay, this is what I learned in nursing school, is if there is someone in your life, a relationship or a friendship who is dragging you down, causing you drama, making you not pay as much attention in school or missing out days in school or not going to work or not showing up for yourself, you need to cut that person out. They're a waste of freaking time wasters, okay? I had this experience in nursing school and yeah, such a waste of time. Took time away from time that I should have been focusing on myself, work on my fitness, riding my bike, putting more effort in school, getting sleep, all these things. So if you have a friendship, relationship, or something that is holding you back, cut them out ASAP. School or not, you need to cut them out.
Why are there 80 boxes of shoes in the background?
Out. And you know, it might not be an immediate thing because that's just not how life works, but start distancing yourself. Okay.
Okay. Alright. Walking through a DC airport, surrounded by tributes to war after war, Vietnam, blah, blah, blah. Glorify destruction, call it honor. Gay. These are, like, people who should just be deported. You know, like, it's really funny, too, because you have, like, these fucking dumb bitch white ladies who are like, America bad, destroy America, and then you have these Mexican fucking immigrants that sneak in through the border, and they're like, I don't care if Trump won't deport me, I support Trump, he care about country, America best country, like... Why are you deporting them? Deport this fucking bitch. Have her go to fucking Mexico.
Of a few bad actors. As much as we hate the fossil fuel billionaires and their cronies, no, the ecological crisis that we face is a political problem. And it's produced by a US-led system of fossil-fueled imperialism. This global arrangement of imperialism is designed to extract value from the global south for the benefit of the
They're literally communists. They don't even hide it.
global north, a process that is fundamentally driven by fossil fuel extraction. So the result here is a brutal irony, right? The nations of the periphery, having contributed the least to fossil pollution, are now on the front lines of its most devastating impacts, from rising sea levels in countries like my family's home country of the Philippines.
Ask Filipinos what they think of the fuel shortage, dumbass.
to climate-fueled droughts and superstorms. It's true, like I said, that
these people are just absolutely fucking cracked. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I'm like, I honestly don't know if I can like fucking get through this.
Why can't Code Pink just worry about something that is really important, like trying to prevent the imminent extinction of the volcano rabbit that evil farmers are killing off?
Now, if Code Pink would focus on that, they wouldn't be so bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I'm trying to just muster the mental fortitude to what, like... Let's watch this first.
It's 11 a.m. 47-year-old Curtis Green is washing down some powdered mini donuts with a bottle of Coke. He's home alone when suddenly his doorbell rings and his two chihuahuas start barking. Surprised, Green gets up and grabs his wife's pink walking cane. They live in a suburban neighborhood in Spanish Fork, Utah, and don't get visitors often. Shuffling over to the window, he sees a postman hurrying away from the door. But he looks weird. Instead of a full uniform, he's wearing the US Postal Service jacket with jeans and sneakers. And instead of the normal posting van, he's heading to an unmarked white van parked across the street. Nonetheless, lying on the porch is a book-sized
Code Pink is so retarded. Like, how are these real people?
Yeah, it's pretty, like, amazing that we developed society and we figured out how to make cell phones and computers when everyone's like a fucking idiot. Even, like, nerd dorks are stupid. Like, dumbass nerds who invent computers and shit. A lot of them are fucking dumb, too. It's kind of like a miracle that anything fucking happened. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Kid Boot only tellers, these chicks are fitness influencers. You didn't give me a link. If you give me a link, I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Look what I can do. I like doing that.
Package. It has a Maryland postmark on it, but no return address. When Green picks it up, he can feel how heavy it is. He examines the package. Then he limps over the lawn to his trash can and simply throws it away. Then he goes back inside and closes the door. But he doesn't trust his gut instincts for long. After a few minutes, he brings the package inside and grabs a pair of scissors. One cut is all it takes for a plume of white powder to fill the air and cover his face.
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. You know, I will say this. Like, it is kind of cringy to watch people who are overweight have, like, you know, fitness channel, but, you know, the reality is, people have a different tolerance for how much they can diet and, like, maintain a lower body fat percentage and stuff like that. And, you know, if someone's exercising and encouraging other people to exercise and eat better, you know, whatever, like, it is what it is. Like it's, especially in the natty space, like, you're gonna have dudes who are very weak and small, but still, you know, promote weight training. It is, like, cringe when you see people like Jeremy Ether, like, saying, oh, this is the most scientifically efficient way to build your chest. And then he does, like, these little bitch, like, isolation exercises that don't really do much. But, like, you know, at the end of the day, if you are, you know, supporting a lifestyle of fitness, like, I can get behind that. So, you know, I'm sure there's, like, a weird niche of black girls that are into this sort of thing, and at least, it's becoming a very mainstream thing to, you know, promote the importance of exercise and do some sort of training. So it's good. I don't have a problem with fitness kind of bleeding into other kind of spaces. So, thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
What are your thoughts on Bitcoin? Do you think it's a good investment in 2026?
No. I would not invest in literally any crypto coin right now. I would say cut your losses and run. That would be the best advice. It's hard to say. It's likely going to be a temporary thing, but Bitcoin could end up reaching zero. It is entirely possible. Some of it's being brought on by increases in energy costs, especially now with the whole oil thing with Iran. But it could very well reach zero. So I wouldn't get into cryptocurrency at this point. Totally pointless. Thanks for the donation though, Sleepy. Son Goku donated $2. Let me see.
Do you know what a contradiction is?
Yes, the fact that you're quite literally saying that...
Can you define what a contradiction is? Because you clearly don't know what a contradiction is.
Alright, I'll just pull up the definition.
I was baffled. Like, that she had to look it up.
Humans aren't animals. Okay, so you're saying that Hitler was
Yeah, humans are animals.
a carnivorous animal.
Well, yeah, he ate meat.
So you're saying he was a lion?
No. So can you... Wait.
My, like... Weasels eat meat. Are you saying weasels are lions? Like... That was really embarrassing. That was one of the funniest debates I've ever had. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
New Hannah Spear video, can we react?
He knows what...
Sure. Yeah, how therapy teaches you how to manipulate. Yeah, that does sound like an interesting topic, for sure. When I was when I was getting treatment for depression, my family doctor, like, along with prescribing medication, she did they offered some like talk therapy thing at the clinic that she recommended and said it could help. And my God, what a waste of fucking time. Like, looking back at the whole experience now, most therapy really is geared towards women, because I was sitting there, I told her what my problem was, and then she like didn't offer any help or solutions, and was like really weirded out that she had to ask me questions to get me to talk. And I told her, like, look, I'm not shy about, like, telling you anything. Like, I could talk about literally any topic. I'm an open book. I'm not going to be embarrassed about, like, talking about childhood abuse or my sexual relationships or anything. But, like, if you don't ask me any questions, like, I'm not, like, I don't know what to say to you. I told you what my problems are. And then she's like, well, the way this works is you kind of just like blab and talk about your feelings, and you like, you're the one who's supposed to talk here. I'm like, and I was like, talk about what? So like, looking back, it's like, oh, this is for women. Women love to just blab and ramble, and they just feel better after they like just ramble about fucking bullshit for an hour. But like, it doesn't help anybody. So most of this therapy, it's geared towards women who don't have any real problems, because if they did, they'd be looking for solutions for their problems, not just blabbing about bullshit. And they're just paying to get attention and validation. That's it. But yeah, we'll definitely take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation. No, nice try. We're just gonna watch this video first.
At this exact moment, the unlocked front door flies off its hinges. A SWAT team bursts into the living room. The package contains over 1 kilogram of high-quality cocaine, stamped with a red dragon. Green drops it and gets down. He doesn't even think about resisting. Officers search him at gunpoint and find $23,000 in cash in his fanny pack. They seize his computer, Bitcoin mining rig, and Samsung phone. Curtis Green is arrested on cocaine possession with intent to distribute. He has just been the target of a controlled delivery sting operation by the Marco Polo Task Force, a special unit operating out of the Baltimore Homeland Security Investigations Office. It was assembled to bring down one man, Dread Pirate Roberts, the mysterious figure behind the dark web drug empire the Silk Road, and Curtis Green's boss. Green suspects that being a high-level moderator with access to the inner workings of the infamous site makes him extremely valuable to law enforcement. As long as he cooperates and DPR doesn't find out, maybe he'll be alright. What he doesn't know is that one of the agents who just busted down his front door will frame him for stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars from Silk Road.
Damn, I guess I'm a woman. I find it helpful. My therapists help me work through some really difficult situations with toxic people. Well, it sounds like you talking about your, like it sounds like there's some give and take there, though, where they're giving you feedback. Like, when I did the thing, there wasn't really any feedback. This lady just expected me to just blab about random shit. So I think it entirely depends, but yeah, from what I've seen, because women are the ones who report the most amount of mental health issues, so like it just seems like the whole industry is geared towards not even necessarily helping women, but catering to a female clientele.
Vendors, and his partner will torture Green and force him to help bring down the biggest online drug market in the world. Hey, do you enjoy our videos and work in journalism, or even better, video journalism? We're looking for an experienced writer to join Fern as editor-in-chief. You can find all the details on our new website, link is in the description. Parts of this video are based on the phenomenal book American Kingpin by Nick Bilton. You'll find a link in the description. These are Special Agent Carl Force and Special Agent Sean Bridges. Force is DEA, in charge of the unit's undercover operations and drug-related crimes. He's a veteran with over 15 years of experience under his belt, some of which he worked as an undercover agent. He's no stranger to crafting elaborate personas to avoid detection, infiltrating criminal groups, and dismantling them from the inside out. Bridges is Secret Service, specializing in computer forensics and Bitcoin. For the past 6 years, he was part of the Secret Service's Electronic Crimes Task Force. He has plenty of experience conducting forensic computer investigations to locate and identify targets. He's also well versed in the anonymity software Tor. Tor, or the Onion Router, was developed by the US Navy. It's a specialized software that makes it practically impossible to locate the computer's hosting or accessing websites on the network. It's the backbone of the dark web and used to access sites not found on the public internet. Sites like the Silk Road, the largest online black market in the world. Here, vendors sell illicit goods like drugs for Bitcoin. And the two agents just got one step closer to bringing it down. Together, they're sitting behind the computer of Silk Road moderator Flush, otherwise known as the scared old man still being interrogated in the other room. He is one of their first major arrests in this case. A breakthrough. Terrified, Green gives the officers direct access to one of his accounts. They immediately change the password and secure it. Green is a bigger fish than they originally thought. Special moderator
21st, 22 $. The far left side of the video is cut off on your stream. Is it? Oh, yeah, it is. All right, there you go. I think I fixed it. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Maybe I can zoom it out a little. Yeah, there we go.
moderator privileges given by...
I think they're using some dumb aspect ratio. Yeah, it's not the same. I have no idea why people do this.
By DPR allow him to change people's passcodes and lock them out of their accounts. But that's not all. Digging a little deeper, they discover that he has access to the Bitcoin of all users. Hundreds of thousands of Bitcoin. With a digital currency that was considered pretty much untraceable at the time, it's surprising that Green has this much trust. He could easily steal the money and run. But it's clear that, for some reason, Green is deathly afraid of his boss. As he's being taken to the squad car, he begs the agents not to take him to jail. Agent Force just finds his begging pathetic. He puts his number into Green's phone, tells him to call when he gets out, and sends him on his way.
Hey, as you hopefully know, our videos are animated by humans, and I'm one of those. My name's Thomas, I art directed this video, and I made all the 3D scenes. Now, my job actually requires a surprising amount of math. Durian.org/.
This guy is very girly. I actually thought he was a girl at first.
Fern, or just scan this QR code. Our viewers get 20% off.
Curtis Green is sitting on his bed, looking down the barrel of his dad's .32. He was just released on bail. It's only a matter of time before his mugshot is made public. It's either this, or being hunted down by one of DPR's goons. But maybe there's a third option. He throws the gun across the room, picks up his phone, and dials the number of Special Agent Force. The agents continue to poke around Green's moderator account, and one thing becomes abundantly clear. On the Silk Road, he's a top lieutenant, exactly the type of informant they hoped to flip with their sting operation. They meet with Green at the Marriott Hotel in Salt Lake City. There, the agents give him the new password for his account. As long as their mole acts like nothing happened, everything should be fine. This is Dread Pirate Roberts. He's the mastermind behind the Silk Road and one of the most wanted men on the internet. His identity is a mystery, but his mission is clear: to create global enterprise whose purpose it is to empower people to live as free individuals. He often posts about his libertarian ideals in chat rooms and Silk Road forums. He talks about Austrian economics and agorism, the practice of engaging in black market activity as a form of non-violent revolution. He frequently makes his distaste for government regulation heard. Those on the inside support his vision, by any means necessary. At the moment, he's staring at a message from one of his moderators, Inigo.
I detected a possible theft of approximately 20,000 bitcoins.
While wild rabbits do have hard lives, being a real rabbit is not like a Bugs Bunny cartoon. They constantly have to worry about being eaten by everything.
You're born in a cozy underground burrow in the American countryside. You're one of 8 tiny, blind, naked siblings squirming around in a fur-lined nest that Mom spent days perfecting. Though, given your 30-day life expectancy, it's more like a temporary rental than a forever home. Well, make that 7. You just lost your oldest sibling. First lesson of bunny life, everything wants to eat you. No pressure, right? Mom's pretty chill about it though. She's already planning her next litter. But don't worry, she'll wait until you're old enough to move out. Talk about efficient family planning. For now, you're just part of the latest batch in Mom's impressive reproductive resume.
Poor rabbits. It's too bad such cute, fuzzy little guys have to worry about things like this. Wish they could just live peacefully and happily. I just like seeing rabbits happy. Rabbits are nice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Stolen by Flush. It looks like he reset the passwords of individual Silk Road users.
A bunch of Silk Road vendors have just been robbed. At the time, 20,000 bitcoins are worth about $350,000. He knew that something was up when Flush didn't log in for work.
Why aren't you clearing out your accounts? Get back to me ASAP.
To confirm his suspicions, he pulls up the photocopy of Flush's ID that he asked for when he hired him. A quick Google search of his real name leads him to a website cataloging recent arrests. It confirms his worst fears. One of his top lieutenants is compromised, a man he thought he could trust. Did he start stealing because the feds are onto him? Grab some cash and make a run for it? It doesn't matter. DPR knows he's left with 3 options: scare him, beat him, or kill him. And he can't do it alone. It's a job for someone with connections in the underworld, and one man immediately comes to mind: a Silk Road user he has gotten to know well over the past 9 months. Nob is a cartel operative and high-rolling drug smuggler from the Dominican Republic. He first contacted DPR on TorChat, offering to buy the business, but the 9-figure valuation that DPR countered with was a bit steep. The deal didn't go through, but the 2 men never stopped chatting. Nob is clearly an admirer of what DPR has built, and was quick to give advice. With over 20 years' experience in the drug business, he's a wealth of information and a man with connections. Just the kind of man DPR needs to carry out his dirty work.
I have a problem that requires violence. One of my employees stole from me. Not a lot, but it pisses me off to no end. Do you want him beat up, shot, just paid a visit? I'd like to beat him up, then force him to send the bitcoins he stole back. Like, sit him down at his computer and make him do it. Who is it and where is he? I'll send you his ID.
Jeez.
Pal Force is sitting in the Marriott Hotel, staring at the ID of the man sitting across the table from him eating french fries. Curtis Green. Force and his partner Bridges have just completed a 2-hour interrogation with their informant. His lawyer had also been present but left early, instructing Green to just tell them everything he knows. Working undercover as the South American drug smuggler Eladio Guzman, or Nob, has been relatively fruitful so far. Force used it to orchestrate a sting operation that led to Green's arrest. He offered to supply a kilo of cocaine to a buyer through DPR, who proposed Green to act as the middleman that would hold onto the coke for the buyer. That worked like a charm. But Force didn't expect it would lead to this. He didn't think Green had the balls to steal from his boss, especially right under their noses. He looks up from his laptop.
You stole money from DPR?
Green looks up panicked.
No, you gotta be kidding me. I wouldn't even know how to steal a penny from him.
At first, Bridges is quiet, but then he jumps in too.
Just admit you stole the money.
The men know that with just a little bit of pressure, they can get their new informant to agree to anything. And Force has a plan. They just need one little signature to put it into action. Agent Bridges is standing in the door of the Marriott Hotel bathroom, watching Curtis Green get waterboarded. After all, he agreed to it in writing. When his partner got that message from DPR, Bridges knew it would play right into his hands. Blame the informant for the theft, carry out a fake hit for 80k in Bitcoin, and use it as evidence to put DPR away. None of the other men in the room will ever know that the real thief is Bridges himself.
I swear, I did steal the money! Just admit it! Stop trying to protect DPR!
The third agent dunks Green's head underwater over and over as he struggles violently, screaming bubbles. Green is begging the men to stop, but they have to make it look real for the camera. After all, DPR requested photo evidence from Nob. Force takes photo after photo, and Bridges just lets it happen. The funny thing is, if he hadn't stolen the money, Green never would have been a suspect for the theft, and Force never would have gotten such compromising messages from DPR. With his background in blockchain tech, stealing the Bitcoin was easy. He logged into the Flash moderator account and used its administrative privileges to reset the passwords and pins of several Silk Road vendors. He then emptied their accounts and moved 20,000 Bitcoin to a private wallet. He knew he had to hide his trail, so he rapidly transferred the Bitcoin through multiple digital wallets to the Japanese crypto exchange Mt. Gox. He is storing his loot there for now. And by a stroke of luck, Green turned out to be the perfect little scapegoat. The man is spluttering and crying on the bathroom floor. He's dunked 4 times to get the shot. But while the agents are busy pretending to carry out DPR's orders, the Silk Road Kingpin has a change of heart.
Okay, so you can change the order to execute rather than torture? He was on the inside for a while, and now that he's been arrested, I'm afraid he'll give up info.
The order to torture is now an order to kill. DPR is staring at the picture he just received from Nob. A lifeless, overweight body, pale, wet, and covered in puke. A few days earlier, he had gotten confirmation that the hit was complete. Green was waterboarded, almost drowning once, but kept alive with CPR, just to be tortured more. But before Nob could get the money back, Green died of asphyxiation and heart failure. The description was disturbing, but the picture confirms the story. DPR saves it to an encrypted folder and transfers the second half of the 80K in Bitcoin to Nob. The job is done. He knows it was necessary to protect his business. What he doesn't know is that it will also be his downfall. Because Green didn't die in a pool of his own vomit. He played dead in a pool of Campbell soup. Now that Green is dead, or rather laying low at his home in Utah, Agent Force is back in Baltimore. He's sitting behind his DEA-issued laptop, continuing his undercover work as Nob. After 15 years of working on the front lines of the drug war, he's gotten pretty good at creating alternate personas. Compared to his old undercover roles, pretending you're someone else online is easy. He just threw on a dark hoodie, put on an eye patch, and held a sign reading "All Hail Nob."
I have a feeling doing undercover work would probably be pretty fun. Like, it's got to be dangerous, but also kind of fun and exhilarating.
Asked his daughter to take a grainy profile picture, and voila, he's a South American drug smuggler. He spent a lot of late nights sitting in his lounge chair, cultivating a friendship with DPR. They talk about everything: diet, music, family, personal issues, the drug trade. Force even gives advice on 30-second escape plans, legal counsel, and moving to another country. It takes months for DPR to trust him, but once he does, his efforts pay off. Now they have damning evidence that DPR paid someone to murder for him. Still, it's not worth much if they don't know who the man behind the mask really is. But Nob sees firsthand that DPR is beginning to show cracks. With his first murder out of the way, he becomes more fanatical and eager to hand out punishments. Force knows it's only a matter of time before he slips up and gets caught. Homeland Security, the DEA, IRS, and the FBI are all claiming jurisdiction over the case. Illegal narcotics being sold, packages crossing borders through the mail, transactions hosted on servers, Bitcoin being laundered. The Silk Road represents a new wave of crime that somehow touches on the purview of each agency. And they all want the glory of bringing the site and its mastermind down. So Force has to capitalize before the inevitable arrest. He saw how easily DPR would transfer 80K to a sanctioned government wallet for the supposed hit on Green. But why not get more without them knowing? Just like Bridges, he assumes the nature of crypto will allow him to steal without getting caught. So he moves his conversations with DPR to an encrypted chat his colleagues don't have access to. In June, Nob sells DPR some fake IDs for 400 Bitcoin, which he likely needs to evade police and to rent more servers to handle the rapid expansion of his empire. In August, Nob introduces him to Kevin, another persona he created, a corrupt law enforcement official who could sell DPR insider information on the ongoing Silk Road investigation. For 525 Bitcoin, he does just that. Then Force creates even more fake personas. French-made. For 100K in Bitcoin, he provides insider information to DPR, claiming that the former CEO of Mt. Gox has allegedly leaked his real name to the Department of Homeland Security, Albert Pacino. For $500 a week, he positions himself as a DEA spy, providing insider scoops on the ongoing Silk Road investigation. Death from above. He threatens to expose DPR's real identity unless he's paid $250,000 in Bitcoin. But DPR doesn't seem to take too kindly to blackmail and calls his bluff. Either way, Force manages to steal hundreds of thousands of dollars from the Silk Road Kingpin. And like Bridges, he tries to hide the money trail and bounces the Bitcoin around a variety of wallets and exchanges. But the amount of money he's moving is suspicious. Then one day, Force hears a rumor. Dread Pirate Roberts might have been found. The Baltimore Task Force receives an official stand-down order. The FBI team in New York has beaten them to it. For Force, it's bad news. Really bad. If the agents manage to arrest DPR on his laptop, they will definitely find his chats with him. In a panic, he messages DPR.
My informant, Kevin, is certain that you are going to be identified and caught. You are like one of my family, but I have to tell you that I have had several people killed who were sent to jail. It is very easy and cheap. I trust that you have destroyed all messages, chats, etc. between us.
Force never finds out if DPR did. On October 1st, 2013, Ross Ulbricht is arrested in a public library in San Francisco. While he's distracted by 2 agents, another manages to snatch his laptop from him. He's still logged into the Silk Road as Dread Pirate Roberts. The site is shut down almost immediately. The FBI sees all data from its servers and confiscate the 144,000 Bitcoins found in Ulbricht's cold wallet. At the time, they're worth between $16 to $18 million. Just under 1 million users are locked up forever. 1 month and 3 days later, Silk Road 2.0 goes live on the dark web. It was launched by admins of the original site who were still at large. Carl Force is hailed as one of the heroes who brought down Dread Pirate Roberts. His sting operation and the resulting fake assassination helped build a strong case against Ulbricht, painting him as a bloodthirsty kingpin. For a while, Force thinks he's gotten away with it. With his newfound fame in the DEA and hundreds of thousands of dollars of crypto sitting in several wallets and exchanges, he starts to get cocky. He keeps triggering anti-money laundering checks on services like Venmo and exchanges like Bitstamp when he moves or liquidates his Bitcoin. When his accounts get flagged, he tries to bypass the blocks by throwing his DEA agent status around. Eventually, Bitstamp support asks him why he's logging into the service through Tor.
I utilize Tor for privacy.
Yeah, this is what the fucking DEA does.
Don't particularly want NSA looking over my shoulder.
This reply raises more red flags, and Bitstamp contacts law enforcement, and they promptly kickstart an investigation into Force. Meanwhile, he becomes more and more brazen. Without his boss's knowledge, he begins to work as the de facto chief compliance officer for the crypto exchange CoinMKT. Using his authority as a DEA agent, he instructs CoinMKT to freeze the balance of a user's account and tells them to transfer the $337,000 to a government account. Then he transfers $300K of those funds to a private wallet. To cover for his crimes, he creates false reports to mislead his superiors, claiming that only $37K had been seized. Shortly after, he sends an unauthorized Justice Department subpoena to Venmo, ordering them to unfreeze his personal account, which had been frozen due to suspicious activity. Every move he makes becomes another breadcrumb in the investigation against him, making the money trail easier and easier to follow. By spring of 2014, a massive investigation into Force is in full swing. At its center is IRS Special Agent Tigran Kambarian, an expert in cyber and digital currency crimes. Under his guidance, a team of agents unravels Force's transactions. They track his finances by carefully analyzing the blockchain, a public ledger of all Bitcoin transactions. Combined with the data that was recovered from Silk Road servers after the takedown, a picture begins to form. The funds from the Silk Road are first tracked down to specific wallets, then to specific bank accounts. But to the agent's surprise, not all were owned by Force. When analyzing the outflow of Bitcoin from Silk Road, they noticed that some of the transactions lead to his partner. Bridges had since liquidated his 20,000 Bitcoin for $800,000 and attempted to hide the money in a variety of offshore shell companies. What the special agents thought to be an untraceable currency actually left a clear trail leading right to their doors. The ongoing investigation into Force and Bridges is intentionally suppressed during the trial against Ross Ulbricht. The jury never hears of their corruption before DPR is convicted. He is found guilty on 7 counts and gets 2 life terms plus 40 years without the possibility of parole. In March 2015, both Force and Bridges are arrested. Force is charged with money laundering, obstruction of justice, and extortion. He gets 6.5 years and a $340K fine for stealing more than $700,000 worth of Bitcoin. Bridges is charged with money laundering and obstruction of justice. He gets 6 years for stealing more than $800,000 worth of Bitcoin and a $651,000 fine. One day before he's supposed to report to prison, he is caught while apparently trying to flee the country. He had just stolen another 1,600 Bitcoin from a government wallet, earning him another 24 months. Curtis Green originally faces a maximum sentence of 40 years for his cocaine and trafficking charges. But because he was real tortured and fake murdered, he's ultimately let go with time served. In 2025, President Donald Trump signed a full and unconditional pardon for Ross Ulbricht.
Wow. That is crazy. Dude, the DEA is so fucking corrupt.
Is true for her, what her values are, and then she sticks to them. She never apologizes for leaving and just...
That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing for someone who's very low in agreeableness.
And just keeps repeating herself, I'm going to keep on dancing, I'm going to keep on
dancing. Keep chasing that prey. Keep chasing that prey until they're exhausted. They lie down dead and you can just eat them.
Using that broken record to really stand in self-respect. If I had to guess, I would say that self-respect...
Now we're going to start on the $1 million question, which is, can the borderline personality be cured? And in which case, how? So people always talk about the magical DBT therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy. This is still the gold standard of treatment. This was the therapy developed by Marsha Linden, which we discussed in the previous video. The most lenient, the most accurate way of looking at DBT is that it's well supported that it will reduce acute risk in the short to medium term. It does reduce the risk of self-harm. It does reduce this acute stress. Why? It's not for the reasons advertised. And I know this. I've done this therapy myself. I've had a lot of borderline patients. And I can tell you, I'm going to tell you exactly where they are mistaken and why. It's built on four pillars: mindfulness, staying present; distress tolerance, so surviving crises; emotional regulation; and interpersonal effectiveness. But as I said, DBT conceptualizes the problem wrong. It frames, and we've talked about this before, that it frames emotional dysregulation as a skills deficit, as an inherent problem with the nervous system.
This is DBT for Neurodivergent Minds. Welcome back. My name is Etsetta, and I'm a licensed trauma therapist who also happens to be neurodivergent. This space is for sensitive, intense, deeply feeling people who've learned to blame themselves for their nervous systems.
it completely bypasses what we know, that these borderline personalities, they're making strategic interpersonal moves. This isn't something that they're not just having breakdowns for no reason. What they call dysregulation, it's emotional escalation, which they use to move other people into action. And those who are advocating DBT, that's a lot of therapists, right? They see the borderline personality as a victim patient lacking the tools to completely regulate their emotions. The real difference with DBT is that there's a real intensity to this kind of therapy. Not only do you get a once-a-week session, in addition to that, you'll get group support, and you'll also be allowed to call the therapist when you're in crisis. So that creates a sort of unhealthy dynamic that we'll get back to later, what actually happens there. And I think that's the secret to why they reduce the self-harm. But I want to quickly show you exactly what I think is wrong with these skills that they learn, with the modules themselves. So I found a therapist for us to look at, and she goes through it in quite a disturbing manner.
In today's episode of DBT Skills in Pop Music, we are talking about Chapel Rowan's Pink Pony Club. I'm Dr. Kiki Failing. I am a licensed psychologist and expert in dialectical behavior therapy, or DBT, and I love pop music. And yesterday I was listening to this song and I just got so overwhelmed with joy over how interpersonally effective Chapel Rowan is as she sings this song. In DBT, one of the 4 primary modules of skills that we teach is in interpersonal effectiveness. And there are 3 main areas of skills that we teach: assertiveness and getting what you want out of relationships, saying no, setting boundaries, etc.
Pause right there. This is an aggressive female who puts on this excitement as sort of to distract us from her teaching a very cold Machiavellian dominance strategy. Her facial expressions are exaggerated, wide eyes, constant nodding, and over signaling, which is, I mean, she's giving me definite histrionic vibes. Like, some of these things are hallmark cluster B traits.
I can guarantee you, you'll see a huge amount of people with histrionic personality disorder who are social media users. Chances are, like, Sneeko has it.
It just goes to show how true Watership Down was when it comes to the lives of rabbits.
Oh yeah, Watership Down is extremely accurate. That guy also made Plague Dogs, which is another really good book and movie. Highly recommend watching it. That guy's a really good writer. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Treating the borderline, who is a high antagonist adult, as a fragile child with this high-pitched melodic chirping of a kindergarten teacher. We and us, and it's this linguistic regression. So this is what I mean with infantilization. So I think a lot of this is when they're teaching a skill, they're modeling a histrionic mask, and they are teaching the patient to be better at dominating the room, not to stop dominating the room. All the while looking like this pro-social person. It's really quite disturbing. And so she's telling the patient how to get what you want. Like, that is supposed to be synonymous with health. So here you have a therapist telling a patient that their stability depends on other people complying to their demands. So that's what I mean with reinforcement. You're reinforcing this belief that their internal state is downstream of how others treat them. That if they don't get their way, they're being invalidated. So that's more of this invalidating environment that supposedly made them into borderliners in the first place. And so it really prevents them from learning the most vital skill, which is that this internal stability should be independent of external compliance. You don't want to tether their well-being to how well they can manipulate their immediate surroundings. So when I look at her, I think, oh, here we have a predator who's telling another predator how to hunt better.
We have skills for relationship effectiveness, which is increasing intimacy, easing conflict, and just general.
If you've ever met a borderliner, intimacy is not something they have a problem with. They will overshare on the first date. You will know about their abusive father and their abusive ex, and they will take you into bed. Like, intimacy is not something they should be learning.
In just generally maintaining relationships. And then 3, we have skills for self-respect. In this song, Chapel balances these 3 areas so perfectly that I had to come on and talk about it. So let's start.
Did you? Should you have?
Start with assertiveness skills. These are what we call the dear man skills in DBT.
So now she's going through the different models. And so the interpersonal effectiveness, that's really where we want to focus with the borderline personalities, because they create such chaos around them and drag other people in.
But basically what this comes down to is Chapel describes so clearly the situation and what it is that she wants. She explains why it's important to her and then asserts clearly and explicitly, so there is no doubt, she wants to dance at the Pink Pony Club.
Ay, ay, ay. So just this thing that you're basically teaching children a skill. And if you say that this is the problem and you need to learn these skills to fix these deficits, then you are framing their rage and their emotional manipulations as the tantrum of a child. And that they aren't manipulations, they're just expressions of unmet needs. I think that's a problem in itself. All the while, you'll notice the complete absence of the effect of the damage to anyone else. And so onto this dear man. I'm going to show you here on the cheat sheet what that stands for: describe, express, assert, reinforce. That's what they're coaching. And this is just...
Yeah, it's really weird how they're somebody with a fucking disorder that is severely problematic for other people around you. Yeah, just learn how to basically control and manipulate everybody and make everyone else's life a living hell.
I mean, this is training a high-functioning predator.
It's funny. People, like, I've known people who've worked with women in the psychology field. I think there's probably a lot of women who get into psychology so that they can figure out how to control and manipulate other people and, like, train other crazy manipulative people to be fucking annoying too. Because, like, what is the point of writing something like this? Dodo donated $2. My God, this woman is so full of shit. Yeah.
To handle conflicts
Thanks for the
better.
donation, Dodo.
So instead of feeling the cost of their behavior through, how do we do that? How do we ever change our behavior? It's because we feel guilt, we feel shame, we feel others' pain. That's what regulates us. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I'm ashamed of myself. I want to do better. And they are taught to bypass that completely because that's an oppressive feeling that shouldn't belong to them. So they're basically stopping them from developing a conscience. Instead, when they describe, they become this perfect narrator of their own emotional chaos. And that keeps them trapped in this cycle where they learn to talk their way out of any guilt they might feel that could otherwise trigger any change. So all I see when I hear her speaking is how to manipulate more quietly, how to manipulate more effectively. There's nothing about learning how to value the relationships, how to value feelings of others, only to validate them so that you seem more normal, to validate them so that you can more effectively move them into position. They learn to value the utility of the relationship. And all that does is further isolate them in their narcissistic bubble. And believe me, they are in a narcissistic bubble. And so their emotional...
Would you go to a male therapist who is geared towards men? Well, I don't believe I need any therapy right now. I'm pretty good mentally. If I felt that I needed it or could benefit from it, then sure.
Lives are broken into these worksheets, these acronyms, these scripts. And so it's not about responsibility and how you treat others. It's whether you're using the right skill, whether you're getting the correct reaction from the others. And I mean, for a population that's already prone to externalization, to blaming others, to not seeing their own faults, this will completely delay psychological maturation further. Because what encourages emotional maturation? It's taking responsibility. It's taking accountability.
She then even uses the man skills of Dear Man as well by when people are coming at her with judgments or attacks, like when her mom is screaming, God, what have you done? She keeps repeating herself. She uses the technique of a broken record. She stays cool, calm, collected. She doesn't judge back, and she just repeats herself, I'm going to keep on dancing. I'm going to keep on dancing.
This is sociopathy, what they're taught here, if they aren't already. They're encouraging the patient to, this upsets me so much, to simply repeat their demand. If your demand isn't met, just repeat it until the person stops resisting. How sick is that? So you're supposed to ignore your mother screaming. If your mother is in pain, you're supposed to just ignore that biological signal of the attachment system and then become more effective at being less human. I mean, it's the very definition of interpersonal predation, just dressed in this staying cool. It's the same as when a predator runs an animal into exhaustion so they can eventually eat them. And then you're exhausting the mother into submission. So the mother in the song is screaming and the therapist is just smiling and validating and nodding performative skill. So the therapist is effectively gaslighting the observer's distress. By pretending it doesn't warrant a serious response. This is sociopathy, a how-to guide.
Speaking of those judgments from others, maybe it's worth talking about the give skills now. The give skills are an acronym for those relationship skills of improving intimacy and just like making interpersonal effectiveness a little bit smoother with other people. And Chapel nails these skills too. She stays pretty gentle and non-judgmental. She validates the other people consistently through the song. Like she even starts the song with saying, I know that you wanted me to stay. It's validation. She's like, I hear you. I know what you wanted. I get it.
I just don't care. I hear you. I just don't care. They don't need help in this. They're very low in agreeableness. Putting themselves first is not a problem for someone with a borderline personality. It's the opposite. You want to teach them to be more agreeable. Oh, I hear you. They're very good at knowing what you feel, right? They're very neurotic. So they're always very attuned to the vibe in the room. They just don't care. And you're making them more justified in not caring.
She comes back later in the song consistently to describe that she understands what other people want. And then she expresses warmth, saying, I still love you. I think about you. You're always on my mind. And as I said, all of this is...
It's just not enough. You're always on my mind. Just not enough for me not to go to this party.
Is done in the context of feeling like other people might be judging her. She stays true to herself and maintains those...
Look at her facial expressions. Just throughout. Condescending, smirk, showing the teeth. This is an aggressive female.
Those relationships by being giving. That probably takes us into...
Making an acronym that means the opposite of what you are doing. There's nothing self-sacrificing here. There's nothing about what I should contribute to this home I apparently live in. If you are in a situation where your mom is screaming at you not to go to a concert, maybe there are chores you haven't done around the house. I don't know. As a mother, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe there are obligations you need to fulfill before you can go and think about yourself.
To that final area of skillfulness for self-respect. And we think about the FAST skills from DBT. This is another acronym. And Chapel practices these amazingly too. So she is super fair. She considers the desires and preferences and opinions of the other people, including her mom, but she doesn't forget about her own. In fact, she prioritizes.
Shocking. She doesn't forget about her own. Shocking. So these give skills, gentle, interested, validate, easy manner. This is just to soften the blow. You're still going to do what you want to go and do. It's just about doing it in the right way. And so I think we should understand here what they're trying to avoid the big rage outbursts, right? That's what they want to reduce, the emotional escalation. But we know this is a strategy. So when they get to the point where they're completely outrageous, we're talking throwing things around in the middle of an airplane or a train with other passengers. They're having a fit where they're throwing things and screaming at you and you don't know what to do and it's embarrassing. We're talking about those sort of emotional escalations. That's what they want to reduce. But that's the last resort. That's the end of the road. So they're not going to go there if it's not necessary. And this is just about getting what they want in a different way so they don't have to escalate. It changes nothing for the people in the environment. It changes nothing for that poor boyfriend on the train. So I think this is the most dangerous thing. This is what I call the neuroticism subsidy, right? It teaches the patient that if you mimic warmth, so mimicking effective empathy, you can use that as a tool to leverage rather than encourage that genuine connection where you are self-sacrificing when you think about the other person. So the therapist will reward the patient for acting gentle to get their way. So they are reinforcing a very Machiavellian reward circuit. And what does the patient learn? They learn that they don't have to be stable. They just have to perform stability well enough to maintain their host. And that it can be the therapist or the parent or the partner. The subjective stress they feel, that's the priority, not the observer's distress. And that is the priority throughout all of the research as well. It's the subjective suffering. The lack of apology, that this unapologetic skill learning, that's what gets to me the most. It is they're shielding the predatory behavior instead of what they should be receiving is reputational loss. That's what will more effectively deter this kind of behavior. The only thing.
Prioritizes what she wants more than anything. She says, this is where I belong at Pink Pony Club. She knows what is true for her, what her values are, and then she sticks to them. She never apologizes for leaving and just...
That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing for someone who's very low in agreeableness.
And just keeps repeating herself, I'm going to keep on dancing. I'm going to keep on dancing.
Keep chasing that prey. Keep chasing that prey until they're exhausted. They lie down dead and you can just eat them.
Using that broken record to really stand in self-respect. If I had to guess, I would say that self-respect is the area that Chapel is prioritizing among all others. And if you're familiar with DBT, we know that we ask you to rank how important.
Agreed, just tell the rabbits about it. I think they would understand when it comes to being hunted by predators.
I really wish I could talk to animals. Be really cool. I could, like, help them and pass on knowledge and make it so they could, like, do better. And I could just be friends with them. That'd be nice, too. Just go out in the woods, say hello to my animal friends, ask them how they're doing. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Each of these areas are in any given interpersonal situation. All three are always important, but you can't always get what you want. So in this song, Chapel does an absolutely amazing job prioritizing self-respect, probably assertiveness next. But then she does
That's what you want to prioritize. Self-respect and being assertive. Getting what you want.
Include the give skills and stays so skillfully balanced between these three areas that it's a great example of interpersonal effectiveness. I hope this was helpful.
And harmless. And so you can see what I mean. This is infantilizing and it's also reinforcing. And it's because DBT is built on this false assumption that there's a deficit. That brings us to the next why these the self-harm behaviors actually reduce. The thing that happens is that the therapy becomes a supply. The therapist is drawn into a very unhealthy dynamic with the borderline patient because they agree to be available at any moment. So the patient is encouraged when they're in a crisis to phone so that you can solve the crisis right then and there instead of the next day or 2 days later when things have already happened. So if the patient is in a crisis, they will receive immediate engagement and the therapist will sacrifice their own private time, their own private lives to play savior. So if the patient regulates like a normal person, there's also less reward. And the therapist becomes a kind of hostage and you replace the usual hostage, which is a partner or a mother or a sibling. So the people around, they'll say, oh yeah, I think this therapy is working because they've had someone take their place for a short time. And so the DBT therapist enters the picture and they are, most of them, they're female therapists and they have a rescuer complex. And so this is exploited. They are, they come in, they're highly validating, available. They're taking the place of another figure and the patient will feed this rescuer complex. And we know that the female therapist.
If you could talk to animals, would you try to protect rabbits from all their predators?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely would. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Therapists, they channel their nurturing void. They're very often childless, and the patients are taking the place of the children they're not having. As you saw, they're very condescending and
Men should cry more. It's good for the brain to process emotions properly. Yeah, that's some gay retarded shit. The reason men don't cry more is because men aren't like emotional retards. And there's value in controlling your emotions. Why would you show weakness? Why would you let everyone know how to bother you? Like, you're just an idiot.
And it serves both of them. It serves the therapist and it serves the patient, and it creates a very unhealthy dynamic instead of encouraging psychological transformation, actual change. And this is where...
Stop it. Get away, you psycho. Stop. I know you're about to bite me.
Jump scaring a cat.
Oh.
Hey, y'all, so it's a missing kitten, right? Named Mama Tom, age 3. Listens to...
Scolding him for the mess. He was born to be a musician.
You.
So we are looking at 141.
Oh, it's real.
Too quick to abandon ship.
Oh.
She grew up with dogs.
Cats are just so beautiful. Just want to pet him.
Stop it.
I love cats.
The dynamic gets really unhealthy. They get stuck in this game, right? Where they both get something out of it. And then we can look at the self-harm in a different way. It's not necessarily a result of internal growth. It is a sort of bargaining chip, a crumb, a payment to keep the therapist engaged. You see, if you weren't on the phone, I would have cut myself. If you weren't on the phone, I would have been hospitalized last night. And this has happened to me. And so the problem here is that the patient will also punish the therapist if they are not always available. So I came back from my honeymoon and 2 of my patients were hospitalized. They couldn't deal with me being on vacation for 2 weeks, immediate self-harm. So they attach to someone who's bound to leave. That's the inherent flaw of, I would say, any therapist, right? Creating this kind of relationship doesn't have to be DBT specific, but the female therapist, they're bound to get pregnant, to go on vacation, to relocate, or burn out. It's inherently flawed. So I really would say that the slight decrease in the acute crisis is this payment they have to give to have the therapist stay invested. And if you look at the research, that really is the only thing that's decreasing with DBT. So when people say, and they'll say this, that 75 to 80% of the borderline patients who've done DBT, they after the treatment, they no longer fulfill the criteria for the disorder. This is a huge overstatement. I find it very hard to believe. And you have to see after what they measure is self-harm, alcohol consumption, depressive symptoms. They don't measure, are they able to keep a job? Are they staying in a stable marriage and having kids? Those are not the things that they measure. And after treatment means maximum a year after. Like they're not saying after treatment and then revisiting these participants 10 years later. And the last thing is, if you look at it as at a societal level, right? If you take a long view, just look at the asymmetry and how we conceptualize the behavior, right? If antagonistic traits in non-immigrant men, they are treated with clear consequences and reduction of incentives. Like we know that really the only way to fight crime is harsher punishments, remove the incentives. But the similar patterns in women, they are medicalized, encouraged.
People infantilize women and it comes to their detriment and the detriment of everyone else. It's I don't know why the hell we do this stupid shit. People are just fucking chimpanzees.
Not only that, but reinforced. Rage is called trauma response, manipulation is called dysregulation, and harmful behavior is vulnerability, being fragile. So I think that this insistence on pity it creates a therapeutic environment where accountability is completely removed and consequences are perverted. That's the right word. Perverted. And while it's great that
Maybe you could teach rabbits how to use firearms, then they could defend themselves from enemies.
I don't know if there would be a way to design a firearm for rabbits. Maybe you could make something like this for a rabbit. That could work. That'd be cool. Yeah, give them like mech suits. Rabbits. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
they reduce the immediate risk and they reduce the load on crisis services. They reduce the load on hospitals by decreasing
no, men have higher rates of suicide because they actually intend on committing suicide, whereas women just... Like, I know this is controversial, but I don't think a lot of women who claim they have suicidal depression, I don't think they actually have suicidal depression. I think they just use suicide as a manipulation tactic to get sympathy or attention. Because the ways women try to commit suicide are the most ridiculous, stupid horse shit. Like, they'll just swallow a big bottle of pills that you wouldn't expect to actually kill you. So if they're on, like, medications, they'll just swallow the entire thing of medications, and then immediately after, they'll call 911 and say, I just swallowed a bottle of meds. Like, if they actually intended to kill themselves, why would they swallow a bunch of meds that wouldn't even be expected to kill you? It might make you have a tummy ache or might get some bad side effects or feel dizzy or something, but it wouldn't even be expected to kill you. And then why would you call 911 right after if you actually intended to kill yourself? If you look at the two most popular methods of suicide among men, it's again, shooting yourself in the head or hanging. So, those are highly effective. They have a very high success rate. So, again, if you actually intended to commit suicide, you would suspect someone would use the most effective strategy to do it. So it's just that women don't have a higher propensity to actually, go through with it. Like actually, they don't actually want to kill themselves, whereas men do. So they just use the whole suicide thing as like a manipulation tactic to get sympathy, or it's just like some attention-seeking tool, and they don't actually have suicidal depression, whereas when men do have suicidal depression, they actually have it. There's probably a huge fucking variety of reasons why men have a higher propensity to actually have suicidal depression. One big reason I can guarantee you is because in a lot of ways, men's lives are harder. There's more expectations put on you. Like, if you're a broke woman, people don't, like, make fun of you, right? Like, if you're making, like, you know, like $35K a year or some shit, it's not like you can't get laid. Like, no dudes really care about your fucking bank account. Like, they care about how you look and stuff, but yeah, if you're a broke woman making $35K a year on minimum wage, guys are still going to be interested in you. They're going to bring you flowers. They'll pay for your dates. They'll tell you, oh, don't worry, baby, I'll take care of you, all this shit. You also see lower rates of homelessness among women for that very reason. There's just a whole bunch of men who are willing to help women when they go through financial troubles. Whereas with men, if you're a broke dude, especially if you're not particularly good looking, there aren't any women who are going to be interested in you. Like, again, if you're an average looking dude and you're broke and you're at risk of going homeless, well, no one's gonna really be there to fucking save you and say, oh, don't worry, baby, I'll take care of you. You can stay in my place. Like, so there's kind of more societal pressures on men to succeed, outcompete, do better, make more money. And again, it also, like, plays into, like, feelings of love and support, right? Like, almost no matter what, women are going to get love and support from other people where, again, you'll get gifts, flowers, dudes will be, like, hitting you up on social media, giving you attention, telling you look beautiful and all this, whereas, like, men, you're just ignored. Nobody's, like, sending you messages, nobody's telling you they care about you and stuff. Nobody's, like, giving you flowers or offering to take you out on a date. So, like, there's probably a whole list of reasons why you see higher rates of suicidal depression among men. And it's just because, like, you'd rationally suspect that to be the case. So...
hospitalization of these patients, that's great also for society, but we cannot claim that DBT or any kind of therapy changes the societal damage that this personality causes. That's my view on DBT and my personal experience, which does not, you know, I've done this kind of therapy, and when I hear that after it, 75% of the patients, they don't fulfill the criteria, I'm just thinking, what are you measuring? What are you measuring? The only way to really treat this is to reduce societal incentives, to change culture, and I think we'll get into that more. Psychobabble will take a little break over Easter, so I won't be...
Oh, I feel like there's a pit in my stomach. Claim 1, extreme suffering for trivial pleasure is morally indefensible.
Extreme suffering for trivial pleasure is morally indefensible.
If you'd like to be the first debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Easy, lad.
Dr. Jack.
Nice to meet you.
Hey,
What's
I'm
your name,
Dr.
sorry?
Why in the hell would somebody argue against that?
I'm Dr. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Hey, Dr. Pete.
So I am very excited about this topic. I think it's super interesting that it touches on so much and all sorts of food. So I'm an emergency medicine physician.
Do you want to, on the claim I made, first of all, do you disagree with that first?
I do.
You disagree extreme suffering for trivial pleasure is morally indefensible? Can I give you the reason, then you can disagree?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think this principle comes from many of the major world philosophies. So you could be religious or not religious. You could be a Christian, a Jew, a Muslim. You could be a Hindu, a Sikh. You could be a Buddhist. Or you could have one of the secular moral philosophies as well. You could be an Aristotelian, a utilitarian, an existentialist. But the easiest way to understand it is just being a utilitarian, right? A good action is one where you create lots of happiness and pleasure and very little pain and suffering. But unfortunately, when it comes to factory farming, it's the other way around in our treatment of non-human animals in general. Quick example, and then I'll let you jump in. A broiler chicken exists for 6 weeks. As soon as it's born, it has its beak clipped off with a guillotine. It's put in a cage so small it can't move. It's pumped full of food for 6 weeks straight. It's so fast that its organs fail, its legs break under its own weight. It goes blind because of the toxins in its own feces, and then it has its throat slit alongside 10,000 or so of its brothers and sisters. I think that's an extreme amount of pain and suffering for what is trivial pleasure, which is the taste on your lips. Would you agree?
Well, I'll say that all of civilization is about chasing triviality. And at the same time, I think that suffering...
Do you think that's too much suffering?
I would definitely also say that suffering is inevitable and it's essential.
It's inevitable, but you can minimize it, right? Is there too much there?
So as an emergency medicine doc who takes care of suffering all the time...
I'm happy to talk about that, but if you can just say, is that too much suffering imparted onto the chicken?
That particular example?
Yeah.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever
it takes to sustain 8 billion people across the world, I would say is not
it's easier
trivial.
to sustain 8 billion people without having animal agriculture.
It's possible. I'd like to hear the mechanistic argument for that. But I will say, as a philosophy, you're a philosopher.
Okay. Yeah, I can't even. What's the point? It's like, it's the most level 0 retarded horse shit. Oh yeah, any amount of pain and suffering for trivial reasons, even when there's no benefit, is fine. Like, okay, great. I've heard it all.
Let's make crispy chicharron from tofu skin. You heard that right. Super crispy pigless pork skin, ridiculously easy, and most people don't even know this ingredient exists. Tofu has...
I don't know where to fucking find it. I haven't been able to find any stores around here. I know they sell it at, like, Asian grocery stores, but I haven't seen any around here.
Skin. It's called yuba, and it forms during the tofu making process. Usually overlooked, but it's actually a protein-packed, insanely versatile ingredient. And I've used this before. I shredded it into thin strips, simmered it in teriyaki, and stuffed it in a banh mi. And then there was the time when I created a tofu roast stuffed with stuffing. And then I wrapped the tofu skin around the roast to create a crispy golden skin that I air fried. But today we're doing something that's on another level.
That looks pretty dope.
But really simple. Tofu skin chicharron. Now grab my tofu skin from Chinese markets. There's a ton of varieties. You can get dried and rehydrated, but I love the fresh pre-prepared kind from the 99 Ranch supermarket. Super easy right out of the box. You unwrap it, pull it into ribbons, about a few layers thick. Then let's build a...
Please react to this whole video with no skipping or speeding up. Thanks a lot. freezer explain?
Well, somebody wanted me to react to this 9-hour video without any speeding up or skipping, so we're just gonna watch this for 9 hours. Thanks for the donation, James.
Joey had never been cuter, ever.
Joey has asked me if you would be so kind as to like this video and share it.
Oh, I'll like it. I'll like it for sure. And I'll share it. There we go. Send it to people.
And subscribe, because he has volunteered to help me get this channel monetized. Look at the camera. Joey, look at the camera. I'm trying to get monetized. So please like and subscribe. Joey, look at the camera. Like and subscribe. Joey, please like and...
Oh my god, he's so sentient.
You're fired. You're fired.
You can see the sentience right there.
Joey.
That's a really good cat. Thanks for the donation, Thee Then Thou. Appreciate it.
The young turds are making fools of themselves again.
Let me take a look. Trump has never heard of Karg Island. His generals and military advisors use that as a strategy.
Sir, Iranians have released a new Lego-style animation.
And did Americans miscalculate and underestimate the Iranians? Because they're not...
They're all dead. All the leadership is dead.
I think a lot of people were propagandized into thinking this is a weak country. These are backwards thinking people.
Yeah, they are weak. That's why they're all dead.
People, they're not sophisticated. It's gonna be easy. It's gonna be a cakewalk to go in there and just destroy that regime. No, not so much. Okay, not so much. And you know,
what is their evidence of this? Like, do they have any, like, tell me what's going on where the US military is just getting so easily defeated?
the stuff they're putting out is entertaining, I'm not gonna lie, but it also has a message that I think resonates with a lot of Americans who are frustrated with our government for a number of reasons that we'll get into.
So they're literally admitting to spreading and promoting Iranian propaganda. And they're like, oh yeah, I agree with the Iranian regime. I agree with the propaganda they put out. That's why I'm re-uploading it to my channel and trying to convince everybody, like, yeah, this is the right way to think. Like, how are American political commentators doing this? It's just nuts. Like, holy mother of a fuck, dude. This is just insane. Oh.
Really using Legos to promote democracy? And liberals wonder why no one takes them seriously.
Well, no, they're using Legos to promote Iranian propaganda is what they're doing. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Appreciate it. Jesus Christ. That is some dumb shit. I can't get over how dumb some of this shit is, man. Is it ever gonna end? It really is bizarre how easy it's been for communist propaganda to have completely infested left-wing politics. Like, as bad as Republicans are, for the most part, you're not seeing this, like, literal it's literally anti-American fundamentally. You do see some idiot Republicans promoting this non-interventionalist shit. Like, what's his name? Matt Walsh. Nobody really fucking cares who, like... And Tucker Carlson isn't Republican. He's just far right-wing fascist, and I don't even know how... he seems more interested in just making money and promoting himself, really, than even spreading right-wing fascism. Just whatever pays the bills, pretty much. But for the most part, like, you do see the right wing fundamentally support America, support the United States and its interests. The left wing hates America at this point. They're just fully bought into, you know, the communist bullshit where we need to destroy the government. Fuck America. America bad. Bring in the immigrants. Immigrants are better. Like, these people have no fucking values whatsoever. They're just idiots who hate themselves and their country.
Why do people like the Young Turks hate America? So much VG.
I don't know, dude. They benefit from living in the United States so much, and they've just been convinced to hate their own fucking country. Makes absolutely no fucking sense. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Dry rub of garlic powder, onion powder.
Myron said Israel is allowing Qatar to fund Hamas since Israel controls what goes into Gaza. Is that true? No, it's just retarded. Qatar gave money to Hamas, which was the acting government at the time. And look, if Israel didn't allow any money and aid to go into Gaza, guess what everyone would say? Oh, look, people are trying to give, you know, money to Palestinians and allow them to build their infrastructure and their economy and, you know, invest in, like, schools and hospitals and infrastructure. And look what Israel does. Oh, they're blocking all the money and aid from coming in. So it's not tenable for Israel to just completely block any kind of money sent from foreign countries. That's what was going on. So it's like again, it's one of these things where people just hate Jews, and no matter what they do, they'll find some way to put some negative spin on it where everything has some sort of malicious intent to it. If Israel gives money and funding and charity to Gaza, oh, well, they just did that to make it look as though, they're trying to help, but really this is just all part of their long-term strategy to control Palestinians and stuff, like, no matter what they do. So they just hate Jews. That's all there is to it.
Gochugaru, salt, pepper, smoked paprika, and a couple of heaping tablespoons of cornstarch. Toss the tofu skin in until every piece is coated. Because this product's pre-prepared, it already has some moisture, so the seasoning sticks to it. And then onto a shallow fry. Give it a flip and let it crisp up. And just like that, golden, crunchy, crackly. You can eat these straight out of the pan like an absolute savage. Or if you're...
I gotta find some tofu skins. Tofu skin looks dope.
Most of the Pyongyang citizens just had a...
How much are you willing to pay for your principles? I know that's a little bit of an almost accusatory question to start a video with, but most gamers will tell you that they care about preservation and that they care about ownership of their actual video games. But caring is easy when it's free, and the question of today's video is $10 more for a physical video game worth it? And that is not a hypothetical. That is the challenge that Nintendo have just laid down in front of you. The good news, you can probably still buy a physical version of their first-party games. The less good news, it'll cost you more than the alternative. In 2025, US spending on new physical video games totaled $1.5 billion, which is actually the lowest since 1995, according to Circana, so it is just 30 years of decline. That's of course because digital is taking over. But there's a shimmering of good news because the most recent decline of only 11% is less than the previous year, which was a 28% decline. And according to analysts like Matt Piscatella, one of the key factors that actually helped stabilize those figures was the launch of the Switch 2. Because Nintendo people actually like physical games. And of course, while PlayStation and Xbox have been going in the digital-only route with their consoles, Nintendo's held out. That's because Nintendo first-party games usually have amazing physical sale rates, and that's especially because they're not using game keycards, unlike, say, the third-party releases, which means that they can't even spark preservationist ire. So, Nintendo then is the last holdout, a bright spot in physical gaming outside of, say, specialist firms like Lost and Cult. With today's story, even that is changing. Nintendo released a news post detailing a change to how Switch 2 games are going to be priced. And as it turns out, starting with Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, which comes out in May, any digital first-party Switch 2 games will have a different MSRP from their physical versions. Now, MSRP is the manufacturer's suggested retail price, so that means a shop can just sell something for whatever they want, but of course, Nintendo treat it as the baseline. So, when we take a look at the US store page for Yoshi, we see this: a physical version for $70, a digital for $60. And it now seems that this is Nintendo's standard policy, where the digital and physical versions of the very same game will have different prices. Here's their rationale. Nintendo games offer the same experiences whether in packaged or digital format, and this change simply reflects the different costs associated with producing and distributing each format and offers players more choice in how they can buy and play Nintendo games. Now, the problem for Nintendo is that some people saw this as a price increase in the US, that Nintendo had chosen to increase the price of physical games by $10 and punish people who like collecting, preserving, or just owning the stuff that they own.
Nintendo games are so shit. They're garbage. They're so basic and simple, and then they charge more for games that are cheaper to make.
Or, just owning their game off console. Nintendo does not want you to think that way, and in a statement to IGN after the first wave of confusion and outrage, they claimed that they had been misunderstood. Here's what they said. The cost of physical games is not going up. This means that when Nintendo sells digital versions of Nintendo-published games exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2 to customers in the US, those prices will have an MSRP that is lower than their physical counterparts. So what that basically means is that relatively, buying digital is now the better deal. I think it's fairly obvious why. You see, there's a key thing you need to know to understand all of this, and it's that the US is actually central because Nintendo is technically telling the truth for the US. Now, in the US, first-party games like Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, Kirby Air Raiders, and Mario Tennis Fever all had $70 prices directly from Nintendo. It didn't matter if it was physical or digital, it was based just on the price of the game. But in the rest of the world, the prices fluctuated. As an example, in the UK, the new Yoshi game has been available for pre-order since March 10th, and here the digital price had always been £50, while the physical one was always £59. And the same is actually true across European stores. France has got a €10 difference as well, so in other words, outside of the US, physical games did already cost more. Until this announcement, Yoshi and the Mysterious Book wasn't available for pre-order from Nintendo in the US. They hadn't set a US price, and any retailer or speculator was simply drawing from non-US pricing and Nintendo's form on releases. So it may look then like Nintendo has raised the prices of this game, but actually in this example, it's not that. They just never set it in America. So when Nintendo says they, not other retailers, are setting MSRPs lower for digital games going forward, they are technically correct. The best form of correct. But it doesn't mean that $60 is what Nintendo games cost.
$2. This will be big. Hopefully Supreme Court rules against inhumane mass surveillance.
2 months ago, the Supreme Court announced the
I think they are. The thing is, and this is the good thing about the US too, I think people in the Supreme Court kind of understand that this would negatively impact them too. So they're probably going to have a biased against it, so they probably are.
The remaining cases it will hear this term. One of those cases is a surveillance-related case I have been following.
21st Tellers, did you hear what her favorite rice is? I'm not gonna play this. I'm not gonna fall for it, okay?
Let's talk about Kino
I'll watch this.
Body. Kino Body in the house. Boom. It's 2026. Kino Body. He's taken what? GLP or whatever it is. I don't take any of that stuff. I don't need to take any of that stuff because my protocols work. If guys...
Is Kino Buddy actually taking GLP-1 agonists? I haven't seen any of his stuff in a while.
So in this video, we're...
So he is... I could tell he was kind of suffering staying lean. So, yeah, it makes sense that he'd take GLP-1 drugs at least occasionally for some relief.
I struggled with adhering to a deficit my whole life. When I chose at 19,
Yeah, so...
Guys, if you want to be year-round, ripped, I have to starve. So I don't count my calories, bro. I ain't got time for that, alright? I'm living, man. I'm feasting carbohydrate. My diet's almost pure sugars. Rice, fruit, refined sugar, sucrose, glucose, fructose, dextrose. The good stuff. All right. Boom.
I've definitely noticed this too. Steroids massively improve nutrient partitioning. And if you can just avoid eating dietary sources of fat, it becomes especially easy to stay lean. So if you just stick to a low-fat diet, even if you're eating a very large amount of calories, you just stay lean. That does help if you're natural too, but especially on steroids, it increases storage of glucose as glycogen in your muscle tissue. And your metabolism also just increases. More of your calories and energy resources just go to anabolism. So staying natty is just fucking stupid, dude. But yeah, Keto Buddy just does the eat fatty, stupid food steak and potato chips and French fries and shit, but just eat one meal a day basically. It's not as good as just taking some steroids and just eating lower fat.
Boom. So Keto Body, I mean, it's good he's transparent about it. He's not transparent with the other stuff he's pinning, but hey, okay, because there's all these people out there, man. They're all like, sugar's bad, you gotta measure calories. That's, if you want to live that life, that's beta life in my opinion. I'm not hating, just saying.
I'm of the opinion Keto Buddy is probably natural.
All right, just share my comments and criticisms. Lean over here. I'm almost 50, guys. 50. I'm running low 16s on the track, trying to break into that 15 group. Okay. I've got a bit of a disc issue in my neck and back from one of these things getting pushed on me. So I've got injuries. I'm not you're riding a bike all day, Harley. You're running a marathon a day. I've been a marathon for over a
How does he have back issues?
decade. I haven't run a marathon since 2014. When's the last time I did a long bike ride? Years ago. Okay, so I'm injured. Just doing what I can do with that, rehab and stuff. Cool. Is what it is. Life happens. Okay. But I ain't got time to be fat. I ain't got time to starve. I'm feasting, guys. Feast. Stop the starvation.
Kind of looks like a crazy homeless man. Well, thanks for the donation, 21st. Sleepy, don't need to tell her his water is a scam.
Water's a solvent, so it's dissolving your body. The fact that people say it's hydrating your cells is crap. It's
jeez. He doesn't know what a solvent is.
not a carbohydrate, it's not a fat, it's not a protein. It's literally a solvent. If you put any type of material in water, it dissolves it. That's what it's doing to your body.
Really? So why don't you try putting oil in water?
And same thing with water weight, and you drinking all this water and bloating, there's actually no benefit to it. If you want to hydrate, you have fats, you have juices, you have something that your cells can actually
juice is water.
really utilize. You also believe water.
Okay, so someone's stupid. Someone is very, very stupid. How can somebody who went through like elementary school not understand what a solvent is? Like different things will dissolve in different things. So like have you noticed when you like take a bath or take a shower, you don't melt? like
Halloween for nearly 2 years. On Tuesday, April 28th, the Supreme Court will hear oral arguments in the case of Cisco Systems v. Doe. SCOTUS blog describes the issue in that case as, quote, whether practitioners of the Falun Gong religion in China can sue Cisco Systems for their role in developing and selling to the Chinese government a surveillance and internal security system, which the government then used to find and interrogate practitioners of the religion. When you read the word interrogate, think Bush-Cheney era enhanced interrogations and things much, much worse. In this video, we will examine the details of what Cisco has been accused of doing and the potential impact the court's ruling in this case might have on the rampant
If Durianrider were carnivore, all of the carnivore influencers would use him as an example for how carnivore diet's good for you. But because he's vegan, they call him emaciated.
Yeah. They have absolutely no epistemic standards, dude. None whatsoever. It's fucking hilarious. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Spread of warrantless mass surveillance, both in the United States and around the world. I am Dr. John Padfield, an engineer turned state representative turned business professor. If you would like to support my work bringing you unbiased...
Oh, this guy talks too slow and he's boring.
Now.
Ugh.
You see, what they've done here is set a precedent, and
Yeah,
the
me and
rules going
Durianrider are
forward.
cool now.
First-party digital has to be cheaper than physical. That's actually a relative thing. Nintendo set the highest limit for a game's price with the launch of Mario Kart World. They can charge anything up to $80 for a physical game and still maintain that promise. So a $70 digital release for the next Pokemon games or Fire...
I'm eating French fries for dinner with oil. And I know this is going to be a huge shock to a lot of you because I just recently, well, a few months ago, made that video about omitting starches from the diet. I also have been against adding oil to your food for like 20 years. Rotom 4 doesn't include any oil. And now I'm eating oil. What is...
Yeah, I mean, it's just not that big of a deal.
is going on? Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm going to explain everything. I'm going to go through why I have chosen these fries, frozen fries, which ones that you could purchase, the benefits to digestion.
Because they, like, taste good.
All of that we're going to go through, so hang about.
Yeah, they taste good and they're fucking convenient and they're not that bad. Yeah, they got a bit of, like, fucking canola oil in them, but whatever. They're just potatoes. I think, I really liked, one of the McCain frozen fries. Those are pretty good and they cook well in the air fryer. Yeah, they're just convenient. You don't have to chop anything up. You just throw them in.
You called me Dodo, moron. I donated the last one. Also, did Durianrider finally respond to you, or is he ignoring you still because you're a loser not worth talking to?
No, he responded to me. He's just weird. I don't know if he has like some fucking ADD problem. I asked him 3 times if he wanted to come on stream and like what time would be good for him, and then we just ended up talking about random shit. He was asking me like why I haven't been uploading so much, and I was like, oh, you know, just focused on streaming. It's getting a lot of videos demonetized and shit, so took a break, but I'm gonna start uploading again, and then just some other life stuff, and then he was asking me where I live now, and then he was telling me that I like when I'm gonna visit Australia, and I said like maybe in the summer and stuff, and then talking about cycling a bit. But yeah, he just like will not respond when I ask him what time do you want to do like a stream. I don't know what his deal is. Thanks for the donation though, 21st.
Firstly, I just want to say that I'm not an advocate of oil. Like, I don't recommend you add oil to your food, and I haven't purchased a bottle of oil for cooking, for consumption in over 20 years, this whole time. And let me know in the comments below how long it's been for you since you last bought a bottle of oil to add to your food. Sure, I have had times where I've gone out to like takeaway and stuff like that, Thai food, where oil has been added, but I always try and minimize it, okay? And I've also just written this book about oil for my VIP Frugivore Diet course group, a full ebook about not adding oil to your food. So I know it can seem hypocritical, it can seem like I'm dropping my standards and all of that, but we're gonna get into it. So talking quickly about the video, not eating starches. So obviously, yes, I am eating starches again. But this this experiment I was doing by not adding starches was a lot to do with blood sugar testing that I was doing at the time. And I'm going to talk about my CGM results with the fries as well soon. But at the time, I was really trying to optimize the blood sugar response for my clients who were women over 40 who are dealing with insulin resistance. And I was just noticing the pattern. I can see that fruit is so much better when it comes to the blood sugar response in comparison to starch. So that was an interesting experiment. And I didn't intend on forever keeping the starches out, but I did it for a few months, and yeah, it's, how do I put it? I like to eat starches. What can I say? It's a great experience. I love having starches for dinner. And yes, I do have periods where I don't have it and I'll be raw vegan, but it's not really what I want to do. So I'm back on the starches, and in a big way, I guess you could say, with the fries. Not that I'm having.
Now nigga. Pick a time and day and ask him if that time would be good. Let's say 10 p.m. EST on Friday, 10th. Ask him if that time would be good, and if he has a Discord or wants to just join you on StreamYards and explain, you'd email him the link. Go. Now.
Maybe I'll do that later. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Them every single night. But look, my goal is to be honest and upfront with you, because a lot of people you follow aren't going to be upfront about the nuances, the micro things that they're doing, the experiments, or how they're eating. They just want to present this kind of perfection. And I don't want to be that unrealistic version for you. So I'm telling you what I'm doing. And this has been working well. We have been doing it for several months, and I have actually been doing CGM, blood glucose monitoring as well. And I'll give you those results soon. But look, so I guess
blood glucose monitoring doesn't really do shit. It's only really relevant if you're diabetic and you have uncontrolled blood sugar levels. But if you're just a normal fucking person, your blood sugar is going to go up and down depending on what you eat. Like it's normal. Like I don't know why people focus on blood sugar so much. Like if you eat protein, you're going to have elevated protein levels in your blood. If you eat fat, you're going to have elevated fat levels in your blood. That doesn't mean you're dying. Like, that's how your body, like, distributes nutrients. It goes through your blood and then it gets distributed to your cells and shit. Same with glucose. So it doesn't matter. A1C test, at least assuming your hematocrit is in the normal range, that's probably the most relevant metric to see if you have some sort of problem with insulin resistance or some shit. But yeah, blood glucose monitoring, it's pretty much pointless.
One of the first questions you might be asking is, why not just make it ourselves? why not just cut up these potatoes into fries like I always have done, which I kind of popularized on the internet, having these baked fries. So there's a few reasons why it's not optimal. Okay, these baked fries that you get, I mean, just the potatoes that you get in the store, they're often...
No. Maybe you'll do that right now, you useless fucking nigger. Pat hates useless niggers, by the way. So how about go ahead and do that right now? It's not like you're doing anything. All you've done this stream is typing and stare at your other monitor.
Yeah, I'll do that later. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Oh.
often exposed to light. They're not fresh, right? Like when they're making these French fries that you get in the factory, the ones that are flash fried in oil, yes, they're coming basically straight from the field and they're getting frozen very quickly. But the ones that you buy in the supermarkets and stuff like that, they've been sitting around a long time and they develop more of these glycoalkaloids like the solanine and basically the plant pesticide. It gets more of a chance to develop. And when it comes to that plant pesticide, I guess we can actually cover that now. It is reduced with the process of the cooking. You know, you're getting this flash frying and also freezing, and then you're also baking it again. So that is actually minimized when it comes to the
Whoopee fucking diddly do.
plant pesticides, the glycoalkaloids. That's one benefit to your digestion right there. You can decrease it 90% or more of these toxins. I think that's a really, really big win. But we'll back up a little bit and go to the whole procedure. Okay, the reason that I really do enjoy the process of eating these fries is not only do they taste delicious, yes, but they're low in fat. And this is important. And you might be thinking, how can you add oil? How can you add oil and it can be low fat? Well, if you look on the side of the chip packet, it's important for you to get below 2.5% of calories from fat per 100. And that's what we're doing with these fries. And oftentimes it can have like 1.9, 2.2 grams per 100. So it still keeps us within that 10% of daily calories, even like 5% sometimes, depending on how much other food you eat and what is contained within that food. So you can do it really low fat. And the next day, I have absolutely no issues like I used to have when I was having oily foods like heavy legs, lethargy, just feeling like I don't want to go for a jog, I don't want to do any exercise. I don't have any of this sensation. And I'm just really, really impressed with the way that they digest. So I think the fat is a big deal. Okay, keeping that low. And you can either have like canola oil or you can have sunflower oil. That is basically the ones that they're flash fried in. In the factory, they flash fry them for about 30 seconds or so. Okay, and what happens during this process, which is really cool because I've done a lot of research on this, is these potatoes are put into the oil, and what happens within the potato, the moisture actually turns to steam and it pushes aggressively out. So it pushes the oil to the outside of the fry. So when this moisture, it turns into steam, it kind of blasts out and it creates like a micro force field, microscopic kind of starch barrier around the fry, and then it pushes the oil to the outside. So most of it doesn't actually penetrate the chip, which I think is pretty good, right? And so when it's then frozen in this state, and when you get it, you may feel some oil on the outside of the fry, but that's because of this process where the moisture is pushing it out and creating this force field. And what we do is we will just lay it onto baking paper, onto a tray. Actually, we're not using the tray because then you don't have to actually flip the fries. You can have them, the air circulating underneath that baking paper, and you don't actually need like a tray, which is a bit of a hack in itself. And what you will notice after they are cooked, a lot of this oil that has been pushed to the outside has fallen onto the baking paper. So you're actually getting even less than 2.5% or whatever percentage you get below that 2.5%. That is really, really cool because then it is not broken down in your small intestine, overlooked. And sure, if I had durian for dinner, if I had a high quality fruit every night for dinner, I'd be eating it. I would be eating it. But that's not the reality I live in. And that's not the reality most of you live in as
well. Okay.
Fire Emblem or Mario, but with an $80 physical release, well, that would be fine. Nothing in the new policy.
We reacted to a little bit of the Jubilee thing. It's just brain rot cancer. It's like the dumbest shit imaginable. Can't be fucked. I just can't be fucked. Dumb. Highly stupid. So you know. What's your A1C? Last I got it checked, it was 5.1.
Would prevent that. And to understand why they may indeed go there, you just need to see how Nintendo thinks about cost. While it's difficult to accurately gauge the future impact, our basic policy is to recognize tariffs as a cost and pass them on to prices as much as possible, not just in the US. That's a quote from Nintendo President Furukawa from an
21st, $22.
In March 2026, NASA revealed an ambitious new plan for the future of American space exploration. On the surface, this is a blueprint for colonizing the moon, which is incredible, but the even more important revelation is that NASA itself has fundamentally changed into something that the world has not seen in decades. And the reason for this change goes deeper than just new leadership. There is a great power competition that will play out on the moon in the decade to come. The old NASA was set to lose that contest, but the new NASA is playing to win, and this is how they're going to do it. When Administrator Jared Isaacman took the stage at NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C., there was one simple word projected on the screen behind him: ignition. That word announces the beginning of a transformative journey for the American space program. The status quo has been rejected and replaced with a new direction to set
21st, $22. Holy fuck, you're so boring to watch. You're not even reacting. Just you sit there while videos playing text pad or type to pad on Facebook looking at your other monitor. You're so boring, it's not even funny. Nobody watches you anymore. Okay, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, dude.
high expectations and then meet them. Isaacman acknowledges that for decades, NASA has been spread too thin. They've tried to make everyone happy and in the process have accomplished very little. The result has been billions of taxpayer dollars wasted and years of progress lost. He also made it clear why that change must begin right now, because there is more to lose than just time and money. There is a great power competition with the Chinese to stake the first permanent claim on the moon. And this is nothing like the space race the world saw before in the 1960s.
But this time, the goal is not flags and footprints. This time, the goal is to stay. America will never again give up the moon. That brings
Now we have heard these words before from NASA administrators and politicians over the past decades, but words are hollow without actions, and historic actions require intelligent.
That'd be really cool to have a permanent moon base. Oh, dude, that'd be nuts seeing live streams from there.
Plans, which is the one thing that NASA has lacked since the very beginning of the Artemis moon program. Better late than never. A detailed, achievable, step-by-step blueprint for the Artemis moon base has finally arrived. And it all begins with a complete overhaul of the moon landing schedule as we have come to know it. For the first big change, there will be no boots on the moon for Artemis 3. This has been reformatted into a dress rehearsal mission that will play out in low Earth orbit. Now, this probably sounds counterintuitive to everything we just said, but it's not. Because the old plan had a jump from Artemis 2, which is a crewed test flight of the Orion spacecraft, to landing on the moon using an entirely separate and unproven HLS vehicle. This was an unachievable goal, and the risk factor was so high that it never would have gotten off the ground. So the launch date became a can that was kicked further and further down the road with every year that passed. Under the new direction, Artemis 3 will instead feature the crewed Orion spacecraft and the lander vehicle meeting up in low Earth orbit for a rendezvous and docking procedure. The crew will then transfer into the lander for a test of the life support, communications, and propulsion systems. If possible, they'll also test the new lunar EVA spacesuits inside the lander airlock for the first time. Doing this in low Earth orbit means that problems can be solved and lives can be saved if anything doesn't work as expected. We already know about the Orion spacecraft, but this new moon lander is still a bit of a question mark. For many years now, this was assumed to be a lunar variant of the
Dude, the whole story with the original walk on the moon was just crazy. They did it without fucking calculators. They were a hair's away from completely fucking up the actual landing, and they almost ran completely out of fucking fuel. It was nuts.
The SpaceX Starship, but now that is not so certain. Isaacman has confirmed that Blue Origin is back in the race alongside SpaceX with their Blue Moon lander, and one or both of these vehicles will be tested on Artemis 3. It all depends on who can get the job done in time for launch. This is a big aspect to the new direction at NASA. Even SpaceX can be put on notice. Just because you won a contract in 2022 does not mean you are guaranteed a moon landing. The only thing that matters now is execution, and the first company to achieve their goal will be the one who sends American astronauts back to the moon. The deadline for Artemis 3 has been moved up to next year, 2027, and then once the new lunar lander is confirmed, the winner will be expected to keep moving at incredible speed. They now have only a few months to test their vehicle in an uncrewed moon landing and then turn around a completed design for Artemis 4. This mission is now scheduled for early 2028, and this is when America returns to the moon with a landing in the South Pole region.
Dope.
But like Isaacman said, this is not about flags and footprints. So to make their point clear to the world, NASA will land people on the moon again in 2028 with Artemis 5 scheduled before the end of that year. Now, that sounds overly ambitious, but this is how NASA used to operate in their golden era. The turnaround time between the first moon landing on Apollo 11 and the next landing on Apollo 12 was just 120 days. And this is more than just a flex. This will set the new tempo for American moon landings, with a crew arriving on the surface once every 6 months from here on out.
Shit.
This is also where NASA's commitment shifts to establishing their permanent outpost on the moon. And that begins with prioritizing surface operation over everything else. So the Lunar Gateway space station that was originally planned to orbit the moon, that's no longer on the table. But it doesn't mean that time and resources spent building the Gateway have been wasted either. All of the hardware that has already been developed for the station is being repurposed into the design of the first moon base. The construction of that base will happen over 7 years, and NASA has set themselves a budget of $20 billion to get this done.
Dodo donates $2. This guy looks like he's about to get a heart attack.
Nice to meet you, Brian.
You have a PhD in philosophy?
I do, yeah.
That was my first major.
Oh, cool, nice.
Okay.
Where'd you study?
Philosophy.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you mean?
Where did you study?
Oh, University of Texas, San Antonio.
Very nice.
Yeah, I actually went to the National Ethics Bowl.
Oh, cool.
And
That's
competed
great.
in it. Yeah.
Awesome. So let's, let's talk. What do you think of the claim?
Yeah, this is gonna be retarded.
Made the claim earlier to one of your peers that there's no major world philosophy that thinks that extreme suffering justifies trivial pleasure. Would you agree with that?
So, can we just stick like point by point rather than bouncing around? I just want to.
Yeah.
Okay. So
just that claim.
So what I heard from you is that you believe in minimalizing suffering.
I think all of the major world philosophies hold
Correct.
some version of that to be true. Yeah.
So I will not defend factory farming. There is another way of producing meat, and it is regenerative agriculture.
Okay.
And regenerative agriculture reduces.
Here we fucking go.
Is all of the harm. Okay.
No, it doesn't. You're murdering animals.
Reduce all of the harm. The first.
Well, the majority of the harm, they live beautiful lives on regenerative
Just
ranches.
one bad day, right?
Right, absolutely.
One bad day. I've had bad days. Bad
and
hair
they don't know
days,
that it's coming, but
achy
they're
back.
serving.
No one's ever
They're
slit my
serving
throat
their
with
purpose.
10,000
But they're okay. But here's the deal: would they even exist in the first place if they weren't being harvested for
Here are
meat?
two-
No. Let
here
me
are
just
two
ask you a
things. First
question.
thing to say-
Do
Right, so then the reductio would be like, is it okay to kill human beings if they wouldn't exist otherwise, if we didn't, like, raise them for meat? Sleepy donated $2. This new anti-war movement is retarded. Let me see.
Actually hydrate you. If you drink water with no minerals, it'll actually dehydrate you. And this is
No, that's not true.
why a lot of people can't seem to be hydrated even though they drink.
Yeah, so people also eat food which contains minerals.
drink a lot of water. I personally add salt, potassium, and magnesium chloride to all of my water just to make sure I'm getting enough minerals in, but that's still not ideal. Ideally, you would get a lot of your hydration from orange juice, that's carbohydrates, milk, which has a good mineral profile as well as calcium. And then if you want to take it a step further,
you can't just drink juice and milk all day.
Adding some of these minerals to your orange juice and drinking milk, that is peak hydration.
Okay, that had nothing to do with anti-water. I thought that said anti-war. I didn't know that was a new thing. The only person who I ever heard was saying water's bad for you is Sverige. Yeah. I figured he was the only one stupid enough to promote something like that. But no, apparently there are people who are about as dumb. Jesus Christ, dude. Like, what do they think human beings drink? Like, hunter-gatherers and shit drink water. If water dehydrates you, like, every animal on the planet drinks water. It's just fucking retarded. So, yeah, just really, really fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Sleepy.
Do they have the right to exist? Yeah, because you're cutting me off. Do they have the right to exist? Well, because here's the deal. If you're saying that we should not harvest them, then those animals are never going to exist. So I guarantee if they had consciousness and you put them down and you said, here are the scenarios, you can either exist and you can have one bad day and you can serve a purpose and you can have a beautiful life. You can make a positive contribution to the environment. You can make a, can I finish? Can I finish?
Yeah, but you're taking a pause.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've heard the case.
So when I die, I want to be buried in the soil and I want to decompose so that my carbon returns to grass.
The conscientious farming is a myth because
you're not addressing my points.
Oh my god, this guy's retarded. Why is he so red?
You are not addressing my points. You are deflecting because I literally backed you into a corner.
The conscientious farming.
What about all of the...
And he won't even let him respond.
Mice?
There are more
what about all of the rabbits
cows,
that
pigs,
die?
chickens,
Have you
and
ever spent
turkeys.
time on a farm?
Yeah,
Have you ever talked farm?
And then after this guy says, "Oh, I want the, I studied philosophy and I want to just like make sure we stay on topic and go point by point," then he just starts rambling a bunch of like random shit.
To farmers. Okay, and how many mice, how many rabbits are murdered to produce vegetables?
Of all of
how
the
many
vegetables
are murdered
that
to produce
are grown,
vegetables?
80% of all of them are fed to factory farms. I've just told you, 80% of all of soy is given to non-human animals. Only 7%
I'm going to stop you right there. I'm going to stop you right there. The soy is grown for the oil. The soy is grown for the oil. It is literally extracted. The leftover product is then fed to cattle. That is a manipulative statistic. I am here for discussion. You won't address the point.
Let me respond.
Go back to the soy. Go back to the.
I love that argument. Like, soybeans are only like what 7% fat or something like that. So when they tell you that, it's completely fucking misleading because the majority of the soybean plant is being used for animal feed. Like, by mass or even by if you look at like calorie, because it's so low in fat.
Soy. Go back to the soy.
Yeah,
go back to the soy.
75% reduction, according to Hannah Ritchie in 2022. She says that's our world in data. You get a 75% reduction in all agricultural land. 30% of all your agricultural land is given to cattle. We've got 80 to 90% species
You're not addressing the soy statistic that you just brought up. You're not addressing the soy statistic.
91%
85%. It is literally the byproduct. They grow.
Dude, this is just brain rot horse shit.
Oh, the soy.
Dude, I've never seen somebody who's like completely lacking a chin. What the fuck?
for the oil. Even if it wasn't being fed to the animals, they would still grow the soy.
True. Only
That is
13%
true.
of it.
That is true.
I've got the reference right here.
Yeah, and you don't understand the statistic. If you go and actually look at the statistic, all of the soy is taken, the oil is suppressed, and then the byproduct is what is fed to the animal, and it is 85% of it is left over, and that's what's
As
fed
I've
to the
just
animal.
said, 80 to 90% according to the WWF and the
deflecting.
UN. Why?
You
How's
are
that?
deflecting.
Tell me how that's deflecting.
You are deflecting.
Tell me how that's deflecting.
So you
Tell
brought
me
up
how
a
it's deflecting.
statistic, and you said that 85% of soy is
No, I
fed
didn't.
to
I said
cattle.
80%.
80, whatever you said. You said the majority of soy is fed to
Listen to me,
cattle.
bro.
Did you not?
I said 80%.
Yeah, okay, 80. So really, now you're going to argue about 5%. You understand the intent. So you're saying that the majority of soy is fed to cattle, and
Yes.
I'm telling you that that is inaccurate. It's not as if the soybean in it. Listen to me. Listen to me. It's the nuance. It is the nuance that you were trying to deflect with. It is not as if 80% of all soy is fed to cattle.
I wouldn't even bother engaging with this because what the fuck do I care about soybeans? Like, 21st $22 soybeans are 30% fat, Richard. Are you sure about that? Wait, let me... Fuck. Pretty sure they're not. Soybean paste. What's the... No, edamame? Oh yeah, it's 35%, 35.9. Okay, yeah, good call. But yeah, pretty sure we'd just be consuming more rapeseed oil, canola, sunflower oil, whatever else if soybeans weren't particularly profitable due to it seconding his livestock feed. Yeah. Like, I don't even know why the fuck the guy is letting him drag on about this whole fucking soybean thing, because the more pertinent point is that he's saying, well, it's justified to murder animals because if you didn't murder them, they wouldn't have existed in the first place. So, like, would he say that about human beings if we used human beings for food? Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Cattle in its natural state. The oil is extracted, and then the byproduct is
being
fed.
used because of factory farming for the raising cattle.
I'm not defending factory farming.
80 to 90%
I am
of all
not
your
defending
wildlife
factory
extinction.
farming.
Your original
Argue
point,
against regenerative
your original point was
agriculture.
that having cows,
Argue
pigs,
against
chickens,
regenerative
turkeys.
agriculture.
Yes.
Argue against regenerative
Yes,
agriculture.
because it
Those
destroys the
animals do
wildlife,
not-
because it destroys the
No, it
climate.
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
According to the
Like, by the way, this regenerative farming bullshit requires more land use, so...
UN, 91% of all deforestation is caused by animal agriculture. According to the WWF and the UN, 80 to 90% of all wildlife extinction is caused by animal agriculture. Just because
ranchers
you're using that land.
who have hunting
Yeah,
leases.
35%.
Listen, ranchers who have hunting leases, meaning that they have a ranch, they have land, they don't allow animals on there. They will literally have ranchers bring their cattle in there and flash graze the grass because guess what? It improves the entire ecosystem and it provides no
What does that have to do with his fucking soybean claim?
energy.
Like, again, it's hilarious that he's doing this, because right after saying, oh, I want to have a very focused discussion, and then he just starts rambling about just horse shit.
Things happen to the Amazon. What's the leading cause of
What happened in Yellowstone when they reintroduced
What's
wolves?
the leading cause of
Nothing. The reintroducing wolves to Yellowstone did nothing. The authors, they what's the term called? They basically disowned their own paper and said it was just a bunch of rubbish.
deforestation in the Amazon?
What happened?
What's the leading cause of
What
deforestation
happened in
the Amazon?
Yellowstone
So now he's talking about fucking Yellowstone now.
when they reintroduced
You're not
wolves?
interested in having a conversation, are you? You answer my question.
They're doing it
I've
for
responded
soy.
to all of your points.
Okay, but here's
and
the deal,
I'm
though.
asking you one question.
The deforestation
question.
is related to factory farming. You can get
No,
rid of
it's
the
not.
deforestation.
You think
Yes,
you got
it is.
factory farms in
Yes,
the
it is.
Amazon? Sorry, have you been to?
They're doing it
Okay,
for
pause,
soy.
pause,
They're
pause.
doing it for soy.
You've been voted out by the majority.
Jesus Christ. This is no better than, like, the dumbasses that I'll randomly get on Discord.
That vegan guy sounds smart and capable, but the problem is that he's debating a bunch of retards who don't actually care about having a methodical intellectual debate. Someone like you would be better fit dealing with those retards due to your personality.
Yeah. Oh, man. Like, it would be funnier if I were to interact with these people. I don't necessarily know if it would be better, but it would definitely be more entertaining. But yeah, like, that's just fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Done. It all plays out in 3 phases, and this starts right now. Phase 1 covers 2026 to 2028, and the primary goal over this time is to secure reliable access to the surface of the moon with a high launch cadence. That means sending 25 missions in the first 3 years, with 21 of those being lunar landings. 2 of those will be crewed missions, but the majority of this phase is about experimenting with new technologies for the future moon base operations. This includes sending nuclear power to the moon. There is a sunlight problem up there that needs to be solved, and nuclear energy is the only way to do it. The day and night cycle of the moon is a lot longer than what we know on Earth, so the Artemis base will experience 2 weeks of continuous sunlight, but then it will be plunged into another 2 weeks of darkness. During that time, the temperature will drop below -200 degrees Celsius, and without a source of heat, all of the hardware will freeze solid. That tends to be really bad for electronics. And
Sleepy, you don't need $2. Let me see.
At least not as much. It's because they were eating mostly saturated fats, where today we're eating mostly polyunsaturated fats.
There was no point in history where people were getting the majority of their fat sources from saturated fat. And this has nothing to do with how badly you sunburn. UV light damages DNA in your cells. That's what causes the sunburn.
And polyunsaturated fats, which are found in seed oils, are very prone to oxidation. So when you're eating a lot of seed oils, they get stored in your body as fat in your skin tissue, and then you go out in the sun, they oxidize and it makes you burn.
No, that's just nonsense.
I know this sounds crazy, and even I thought it was kind of crazy a few years ago until I completely cut out seed oils and detoxed from polyunsaturated fats, and now it's almost impossible for me to sunburn. And I know dozens of other people have had this experience.
Cool, so why do black people exist, right? If the natural human diet is just all saturated fat, then there'd be no evolutionary incentive to develop more melanin in the skin, right?
Experience at this point as well. If you don't want to burn this summer, stop eating seed oils now.
Yeah, there's no evidence for their stupid-ass claim. Like, this is like saying, oh, I can walk through fire now. I can just live inside an oven and be fine. Like,
or literally
my body doesn't oxidize like it would normally because I eat saturated fat. Like, it's just retarded.
0 essential.
Like, certain forms of radiation and enough energy, like, you'll damage your body's tissues.
Nutrients from plants. You can eat this for the rest of your life and not develop a single nutrient deficiency. And before you mention vitamins.
Like it'd be great if Jubilee just had smart calm people on to debate the topic, but they brought on a bunch of ideologues. You would handle them by laughing at them in their face, mop the floor with them, all while physically mogging the shit out of them.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, dude, if this guy were to start yapping about fucking soybeans, I'd just be like, buddy, I don't know why you're crying about fucking beans. It's just so retarded. People have to stop, like, when you see somebody jumping from, like, topic to topic when they're kind of backed into a corner and they realize their argument isn't really forwarding their position, or if they just say something that's just so fucking silly and just it doesn't matter. like, stop giving it any credit. There's no point in even acknowledging it and saying, well, actually, the fucking data shows this. And then they change to a different topic. Well, actually, the data shows that. Like, they don't care. So, like, why would you care? Stop giving these ideas any, like, respect by actually acknowledging them. Just say you're a fucking pussy and I don't care about, like, fucking beans. It's just not worth it. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
See, glucose and vitamin C compete for uptake through GLUT1. So
yeah, so glucose does compete with vitamin C for through like the enterocyte in the intestine, but that's only like this is an effect that only that's only being like measured within the first 30 minutes of eating something. So it doesn't have a net impact on the total amount of fucking vitamin C you absorb. So you absorb whatever food you eat over many, many hours throughout the day. So total vitamin C absorption is not impacted by glucose intake. All it does is just slow the absorption down. So if you were to, like, say, take a vitamin C supplement without any carbohydrate, it'll absorb faster versus if you take a vitamin C supplement with, like, sugar water. But it doesn't affect total absorption. So this is all fucking retarded nonsense. So if you have a low vitamin C diet, you're not getting more vitamin C from eating low carbohydrate. You're just getting less vitamin C.
when you lower glucose availability, vitamin C availability goes way up. So you need way less.
No, it does not.
Which happens.
No, you don't need less.
See the amount meat has in it. Don't be afraid of.
Meat has practically zero vitamin C. You'd need to eat, like, all of your daily caloric consumption from, red meat. It would probably not even come close to the minimum amount to avoid something like scurvy.
Of a carnivore diet. People get mad.
And by the way, these people are like fucking weak-ass pencil neck fucking beta male dipshits. Does this guy even have any fucking lifting content on his fucking channel? Like, look at this dude. Why would anybody listen? Like, it's just bizarre. These are some of the most unfit, out-of-shape fucking people on the fucking planet who don't even fucking lift. And then they're fucking telling you about how if you eat butter, you won't sunburn anymore. Great. You're weak and scrawny. Just the most retarded fucking people on the planet.
What are your overall thoughts on Piers Morgan? I used to think he was retarded due to his anti-vegan views, but lately he's been hella based about supporting Israel and humiliating pro-Palestinian activists. So I think he's kinda cool now.
He's been pretty okay. He could do better with that sort of stuff, but yeah, he's pretty alright. He's retarded when it comes to veganism, though, yeah. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy.
And they typically don't come back to life when the sun rises again. So NASA is going to experiment with radioisotope thermal generators. Basically, you have a radioactive element like plutonium that is actively decaying. That process naturally releases heat, and this heat can be captured to prevent assets on the moon from freezing solid. What kind of assets are we talking about here? Well, NASA has a radical new idea for exploring the moon: rocket drones. They call this new vehicle Moonfall. It's based on the Ingenuity Mars helicopter platform, but instead of propellers, it uses small rocket thrusters to move around. Each drone can fly for 150 seconds in one hop and cover up to 50 kilometers distance. They are going to use these to explore dangerous and hard-to-reach locations like tops of mountains and edges of deep craters. During Phase 1, NASA will also deploy their Viper rover. This is a golf cart-sized vehicle that is already built, tested, and has been waiting for a ride to the moon for years. 2027 will finally be that year. Viper will arrive at the moon on a Blue Origin lander. Once there, it's going to begin mapping the South Pole region for confirmed signs of water ice and other volatile materials like hydrogen, oxygen, and rare earth metals. NASA considers this to be lunar prospecting. Establishing the locations of these resources will be critical when Phase 3 comes around. Viper will be joined on the ground by 2 lunar terrain vehicles, one to be driven by the crew members and one that drives autonomously. Each rover will be able to cover up to 900 kilometers of the lunar surface, and beyond just exploration, they'll be used for work purposes like moving equipment and leveling ground for new construction. Overhead will be a new group of lunar communications and observation satellites. These will allow continuous data streaming from any location on the moon to the surface of the Earth with a 500 megabyte per second throughput. They'll also provide a continuous view of the entire lunar surface from space. Now, this is very important to us, as in you and me, because NASA has mandated that all of these vehicles we just mentioned, the drones, the rovers, the electric cars, they are all going to be equipped with high-quality cameras that will live stream their entire mission back to Earth for everyone in the world to see.
That'd be sick.
That sets us up for Phase 2, the transition into building a moon base. This plays out.
I'd love to see the flat earthers, like, especially once you can literally look through a telescope to see, oh yeah, there's the moon base. That'd be funny.
From 2029 to 2032 new rovers, and these go beyond just exploration. NASA is talking about excavation in this phase. Machines like
Gotis' high IQ. He has found a way to make money with the least amount of effort possible. He also found a way to commit his violent fantasies with 0 jail time. Gotis' high IQ.
No, I'm pretty sure he just got lucky. Thanks for the donation, Foxtrot.
that can move rock, level ground, dig trenches for power cables and pipelines. We are building the foundation for things to come. One of these new rovers will also be the first pressurized mobile habitat. It's a vehicle being developed by the Japanese Space Agency in partnership with Toyota. The 15,000 kilogram vehicle will essentially become an apartment on wheels. Astronauts inside will be comfortable enough to hang out in short-sleeved t-shirts and will travel at a speed of 3.5 kilometers per hour for days on end. The rover is expected to have a 10-year lifespan and will operate for up to 150 hours in total darkness. Phase 2 will also demand more power than ever before, and that comes in 2 flavors. The first will be solar energy. Solar panels will be mounted on top of long poles to capture as much sunlight as possible, and they'll be connected into large battery systems for long-term energy storage. That is going to be supplemented with nuclear power, and this goes beyond just keeping things warm. NASA will deploy nuclear fission reactors to the moon that generate hundreds of watts of electricity and supply multiple assets simultaneously. By the end of Phase 2, everything will be in place to support people living on the moon for extended durations. Now, Phase 3 is where we actually move in. This covers everything from 2033 onward, and the highlight of Phase 3 will be permanent habitation.
Dude, that'd be crazy living on the moon for like a few months. Probably not good for your health, but that'd be fucking sick. That sounds fucking dope, dude.
An interview in Kyoto Shimbun that VGC spotted earlier this year. At the time, US tariffs are still ongoing, though of course far less than they had been, and Nintendo is actually one of the many companies now taking legal action to reclaim what they paid. Of course, given the whole Supreme Court ruling. But what this also does is it explains their corporate philosophy. The impact of tariffs might be lessened, but the data center crisis and ongoing cost increases, say from the conflict in the Middle East, all do hit basically in the same way, higher costs. And Nintendo's basic policy is to pass those on to consumers. Unlike the other console makers who would very happily sell their consoles as loss leaders, Nintendo has just always sold stuff at a profit. You know, it's almost as if they've tried to make a healthy, sustainable business. But going back to the story, even before the Switch 2 launched, that's how Nintendo ran things, and it meant that Americans were already paying less for physical games relative to other regions. Nintendo, of course, will always try to minimize how much they are spending, and physical games in the rest of the world were effectively subsidizing the US. And that wasn't all Nintendo was doing to mitigate the problem. You see, their other key move was to split the difference with game keycards. Strange things, basically physical licenses that you could sell and trade, but without any game data on them. It was just a code that would unlock a download. But what it did mean is that bigger games could still
That is so fucking stupid.
sit on a shelf without needing expensive cartridges. Fortunately, the compromise kind of made no one happy. Hardware fans didn't want a physical token. They wanted their actual game. I mean, hey, you can't ROM dump a token, can you? Now, some devs ended up paying out to produce these cards, but there was no evidence that they really increased sales. And even now that's changing. You see, a recent tease from a third-party publisher, Inin, or maybe they're called IN, I don't know, but it was via their R-Type Dimensions listing. Well, it suggests that Nintendo have actually rolled out smaller game cartridges. Now, Nintendo later made them retract the details, but it does seem the cartridge is still coming. And what this means is the developers can buy cheaper, smaller cards rather than the 64GB ones that they've been paying for since launch. So, cheaper cartridges does mean that third-party devs can finally start producing physical Switch 2 games at a reasonable cost. But even with that silver lining, Inin's pre-orders went up $10 to cover the difference. So, physical still carries a premium, and that gap is certainly not going away. So how do we analyze Nintendo's actions? Well, I think it's clear they were not protecting physical media out of any form of principle. They're basically just maintaining that market because, for them, it still makes a shitload of money. People love buying physical Nintendo games, and their first-party games are especially strong in that regard, so they're going to keep doing it. But now, it does not work in the same way because costs are going up, spending is going down, and digital is just a better return on every dollar. So Nintendo are doing what PlayStation and Xbox did years ago. They're not abandoning physical, but they're making sure the economics push you towards digital. And the more that happens...
I hate
HDL
Nintendo.
isn't just good.
Nintendo sucks. Pee pee, poo poo, bum bum. You know what I'm saying? Wait. Did it install on the fucking tray or not? Oh wait. How do I load goal? Oh, hey, I have a PS2 emulator installed. I didn't realize I had that. Oh, yes.
Seal off the area.
The Demolition Duo has returned. One by
Kenny, what I tell my guy is in Switzerland to rehab right now. He'll be back.
Do you believe you'll get 18 majors?
To be honest with you, no.
You don't?
No.
You've accepted that?
I've accepted I'm going to get more.
He's just gotta go on TRT and lock in. Thanks for the donation, Kenny.
Barbecued ammo dump, served up hot.
We saw something odd while torching that ammo. The Baron's guards were giving barrels filled with eco to a group of metalheads.
Really? The Shadow will be very interested to hear that.
You know, so far, your gigs have been easier than stealing grass.
Oh wait, crap. Forgot what button to put subtitles on. Okay. I think I have to, like, avoid smashing into shit.
This area is off limits.
Oh god.
Jack, it's a guard roadblock. Get out of there.
Stop!
Ah. No! Ah. Oh my god, why is this so nasally?
You're under arrest. Pull over. Surrender the vehicle. Open fire.
They've set up a roadblock. They're on you.
We are in pursuit.
Ah, fuck! Damn it! Ah, bitch. Dickhead. That's great.
Patrolling Sector 9.
Fuck, stop. Eh. Damn it.
High-speed chase in Sector 4. Fear not the Freelee. Shoot up the vehicle. Suspect has suspicious car. Take him out. Oh. We think it's an illegal ship. We're losing him. Close in on vehicle. Suspect moving at high speed. We can't keep up. Stop that vehicle. Arrest him. Suspected known underground vehicle. He's got a car. Shoot him.
Ah, shit. Oh my god. Fuck, why is... Oh my god.
Surrender the vehicle. We are in pursuit. Just like he's gone.
Let me handle this, Jack. Watch my finesse and style.
Don't forget to ask
Everything's
him.
cool.
No, I
Nobody
haven't
panic.
tried reaching out to Pierce
Hey, big
Morgan.
guy. Your crew? Well, we shook the heat, and your shipment's in primo condition.
That's good, eh? Because a cargo of rare eco ore is worth more than 10 of your lives. And of course, I'd be forced to collect slowly. The underground will take anyone with a pulse these days. And what we have here, the Shadow's mascot of the month. Ooh, soft. Zig, this fur would go well with my silk suits, eh?
Listen, tons of fun. Anyone can see that you, and I have the real juice in this burg. We're both players, right? We're both looking for a piece of the action, right? I think we can do business, right?
We did you a favor. Now it's your turn. Why is the Baron giving eco to metalheads?
Questions like that could get a person killed, eh? Zig, Pierre Capitan here and his friend, Bonus. If you want to see what that baby can do, try the
Hell
gun
yeah.
course outside. Show me some skill with that hardware, and I'll hire you for a job or two, eh?
Be advised, I'm on foot. Moving to next sector.
Got the shotgun. Wait, are there? I think there's precursor stones around here. I think there are random ones.
I've got suspicious activity in this sector.
Remember when I was a kid, this game just seemed so fucking massive and there's so many areas to explore?
Welcome to Haven City. All alone.
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking of Jack 3. I know in Jack... yeah, maybe it was Jack 3. There was like a bunch of precursor stones behind some of this shit.
Nothing so far.
They're really hard to find.
Follow me. I've got suspicious activity in the sector.
Oh wait, I'm
Please
going the wrong
advise.
way.
Suspect's description.
21st, $72. That looks neat. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Sweeping for suspects.
Oh. Killed somebody.
Patrolling Sector 9. Hold on there. We need to teach you how to use this baby. The scatter gun is a good short-range weapon with a wide field of fire. To fire the weapon, press the trigger. Good. Some kick, huh? It's not the fastest firing weapon in the world, though. You can put your weapon away or pull it out at any time. Try putting the weapon away. Easy, huh? Now take the weapon back out. Good. You can find red ammo inside Crimson Guard crates. You want to try the scattergun course? Lock and load. Ready? every target. The faster you shoot each target, the more points you'll get.
Fuck.
Hold your fire on civvies. Hit a friendly target, and points will be deducted.
Scattergun has a bigger range than I remember. It's kind of weird. I don't know when to move forward. Oh, shit. Fuck.
Jasmine Diet Dr. Pepper. Jasmine get me a Diet Cherry Cola.
Fuck.
Excellent shooting.
Care to try for the course record?
Be advised, I'm on foot.
No.
Sweeping for suspects.
Excellent shooting, Jack. Ever thought about being a wastelander?
Can't say that I have.
Wastelanders find items from the outside the city walls, eh? Any artifact or weapon worth having comes through my hands. Work for me and I'll throw some of the sweeter items your way.
Kill metalheads? Get toys? Sounds good to me.
Slow down, Jack and a fat man. You two had better run that by me again, because there's no way I'm going outside the city to face more metalheads.
Sig will show you the ropes.
So you want to be wastelanders, huh, doughboys? Well, we'll see what you're made of when we get out in the thick. Crew wants some new trophies to put butts in chairs at the hip hog, so I'm gonna bag him 5 nasty metalheads at the pumping station. Don't wet your fur, Chili Pepper, because we're rolling with the Peacemaker.
Woo! I need one of those. Where'd you get it?
Don't ask. Sig needs someone to watch his back while he tracks the metalheads, eh?
We'll meet at the pumping station. Listen, cherries, don't you leave me dangling in the wind out there.
Let's do it.
This is Unit Alpha. We're en route. Nothing so far. Moving to next sector.
Attention citizens, this is your bearings.
Sweet. The area is secure.
I don't know why they never came out with some remake version of this where they just make it in a new engine. Such a good fucking game.
Proceeding as planned.
Oh, those are the challenge things for the precursor stones, right? Those are a fucking pain in the ass. The little green marks on the map. Oh great, I hit a guard. Wonderful.
Suspect in vehicle.
I'm clear. When does the alert go away? There we go.
Right, we'll check it out.
Like how in the third game you get some like really cool guns. You got the, I think in this game you do get the machine gun.
I hate the smell.
But there's the fire modes for all the different weapons.
Greetings, great warrior. I sense there is a dark rage burning within you, and in time, it will destroy you with its madness. Only the last power of the precursors can save you. Destroy my enemies, those creatures you call the metalheads. Bring me 25 of their skull gems, and I will teach you how to control these powers.
I got 10. Okay, cool.
You do not have enough skull gems. Come back when you have collected more.
This is Unit Alpha.
Damn.
We're en route.
I need more gems.
Exiting city.
Hello, cherries. Ready to hunt a few metalheads? Follow me, stick close, and watch my six. It's gonna be fun. Here we go. Here comes trouble. Follow me.
Should get to 25 here then.
Hurry up, kid. I don't have all day. Get behind me while I toast that tank. This way!
Fuck.
Great, kid, great! Don't get cocky. Did you miss me?
Don't get penisy.
Quick, drop the bridge! There's our first target. Keep the other creatures back while I charge up the Peacemaker. That's one fried metalhead. Let's get to the next target. Take them all out! With metalheads, I say shoot first, ask questions later. Get over here and stay close. There's the second scumbag, sitting pretty. Cover me!
Ah, fuck. I didn't know they had those big things.
Boom, baby! One less metalhead to think about. Next target. Drop that lip cap while I hold them off. Jump up and grab the bridge to bring it down. Great, no time to celebrate. Stay with me. Stay close or we'll both be dead. Watch my 6 while I toast this bad boy. The trick is to not hit the pipes.
Oh, fuck.
Now that's what I call blowing someone's mind. Face the suckers! Gotta thread the needle this time.
Fuck. Fuck, damn it. Oh my god. Fucking assholes. There's so fucking many of them. Holy shit. Okay, I think I might have to turn into Dark Jack or something. There's way too fucking many.
Metalhead Flambe.
I can turn into Dark Jack now.
Look out! We've got company!
Damn it. Fucking awesome.
Damn! My gun's jammed! Take over! Get him while I fix my gun! Okay, the Peacemaker is back online. Let's move. Thanks for covering my butt. That was close. Last target, then we go home. Say goodnight, baby. Boom! Home team 5, Metalheads nothing. That was the last one. Tell crew we got them all cooked and canned. I'm gonna clean Peacemaker and pick up the trophies. You did good, rookie.
Welcome back.
Seal off the area.
Alright, we can collect our special thing now.
This area is off limits.
You do well to rid the world of this metal scourge. As a reward, I grant you a dark power.
Patrolling Sector 9.
Dark bomb, press, and... Cool. Dope. Very good.
Be advised, I'm on foot.
Jolly good show.
Moving to next sector. I've got suspicious activity in this sector. This is a no-hover zone! Nothing so far. I've got suspicious activity in this sector. Rest assured I will. Please advise. Suspect's description.
This is Jack 2. We are playing Jack 2.
Sweeping for suspects. Patrolling Sector 9. Be Be advised, I'm on foot.
Forgot there was a day and night cycle in this game too.
Sweeping for suspects.
Fuck.
You boys are turning out to be quite useful, eh? I have another task for you. The sewers used to be a fabulous smuggling route for me before the Baron installed security devices.
And before those late-night snack runs kept you from fitting out the front door.
I bet you've hatched another brilliant plan in that hungry little brain of yours. So, who or what do we have to shake down, knock out, or blow up?
Well, I need someone to go down and shoot every sentry gun in the sewers. And I'll give you a sweet weapon upgrade if you succeed.
Let me guess. Dank murky water? Reeks worse than your breath at an oyster fest? Fuller of metalheads than your plate at a one-pass buffet? And of course, weapons more lethal than your ever-so-tiny whiteys on a hot summer day. Look, Donut Hole, why don't we float around here looking hot and heavy, and you go roto-root the pipes?
We're not doing anything until you tell us why metalheads are trading with the Baron's forces.
I should have had you both kneecapped, eh? All I know is that the Baron cut a desperate deal with a metalhead leader.
Frank when?
Well, we already reacted to Frank's new shorts. He's basically just complaining about bullshit as always. Yeah, well, I can't even remember what it was today. But yeah, we already reacted to the new Frank shorts. Maybe it was just one short that he uploaded. But yeah, just delusional horseshit. Thanks for the donation though, Frank Wen.
Metalheads need eco, so the Baron supplies them with regular shipments. In return, the Metalheads agree to attack the city just enough to satisfy the Baron's continued rule.
Yeah, but how long can that deal last?
Well, the Baron is running short on eco, eh? And the Metalheads are short on patience. Baron Praxis needs this war to keep in power. Otherwise, the city would put the true ruler on the throne, wherever that little brat is.
Daxter and I will clear your sewers. And we haven't forgotten about that weapons upgrade you promised in return.
Bloodsuckers.
This is Unit Alpha. We're en route.
Is there a way to look at the map? It's annoying how there isn't a quick thing to just bring up the map.
Moving to next sector. One way. 5. Please advise. Suspect's description. The city need. Roger. Continue our sweep. The area is secure.
your shield.
Shoot the gun, Jack!
That's one turret down. Keep looking.
Fuck. Fucking bitch. Shit. Oh, fuck.
2 turrets. Good work so far.
There's bombs down there. Oh, hey, metalheads. Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Oh my god, you're playing my favorite game in the world. I think about Jack and Dexter on a daily basis. That's how much I love it. Really? Jeez. I really like the Jack and Dexter games. I never played the first one, but the second and third are two of my favorite games. No, this is the second. Yeah, we're playing the second, then we're gonna play the third.
This area is off limits.
Yeah, I remember a lot of the map, the sounds, especially now with this open goal version. Just playing the game in HD, widescreen, is just so fucking sick.
Patrolling sector 9.
kind of crazy how they never made any kind of remake or remaster. Kind of like the Spyro series. Had a huge crush on Light Oak. Light Oak? I don't remember character Light Oak. It's been a while since I played this.
I've got suspicious activity in
Yeah,
this
the
sector.
hoverboard's good too, especially in the third game. I really liked the light eco powers in the third game where you could kind of fly.
What is that horrible smell?
Oh, great! We do your dirty work in the sewers and come back smelling worse than a wet hip hog in a warm barn. This could have a serious impact on the lady factor.
No. I think it was my lunch, actually. Nice work in the sewers, eh? I guess you're looking for that weapon upgrade. Well, there's a blaster mod stashed in some crates at the port. Find it, and it's yours.
Nothing so far.
Oh, light eco, I see. Yeah.
Stop!
I got really good at the third game. I found like a way to get all the precursor orbs, and then I unlocked all the cheats. I also really loved that that one of the like dune buggies that had the huge jump capability. I loved that. I loved going through the desert and using that jumping dune buggy.
Please advise. Suspect's description.
Oh wait, we're supposed to pick up the gun, right? Oh yeah, it's from the chick that Jack fell in love, or Dexter fell in love with. Single shot.
Blaster is a good all-around choice with a nice rate of fire. This weapon
Yeah, the Jack games are definitely worth playing.
modes at any time.
Especially the second and third.
Then firing your weapon. Kick the first target, then shoot while kicking to automatically hit the second target. Now that's a Wastelander move.
Nice.
They won't know what hit 'em. You can find yellow ammo in crates. Would you like to test your skills on the gun course? Good luck.
Damn it. Ah, bitch. The game's fucking with me. Some of these are way too quick. There's no way. Damn it, I almost got the bronze.
Care to try for the course record?
Yeah, when do we meet the chick who, likes Daxter?
Sweeping for suspects.
Oh, can you shoot? Oh, cool. I didn't know you could shoot while driving.
No!
Weird. How did I never do that when I was playing this game? God damn it.
Patrolling Sector 9.
These things blow up easy. Yeah, Jack 2 is especially difficult. They're really difficult
the
games.
biggest sport in the city. Errol is the undisputed grand champion. He's crazy and dangerous on the track. My kind of guy. Only a fool would dare race against him, eh? And that's where you two come in. A client of mine is looking for a fast driver for her racing team. Here's a security pass to get you into the stadium section. And your contract with just a few trifles for me. I've already signed your name to save time.
We, the racers, hereby agree to give crew all proceeds from race earnings, endorsement fees, broadcast
Oh,
royalties,
shit, the
syndication
races.
residuals, vehicle sponsorships, small appearance fees, collectible card assets, fast food tie-ins, use of likeness rights, talk show deals, clothing lines, all print rights, including book, novella, comic, pamphlet, ticket tape, neon sign, and bathroom graffiti designs. Toy rights, shoe lines, mood rings, game rights. Game rights! Vitamin endorsements, city kickback movie deals, and of course, all death and dismemberment accident insurance claims.
We can work out the tiny details later. If you can get from here to the race garage near the stadium in less than 3 minutes, my client said she would consider letting you drive for her team. Make me proud, hmm?
You had a whole loaf of walnut banana bread? That's pretty dope. Green security pass acquired. Alright, cool.
Sweeping for suspects.
Okay, this has to be pretty far away.
This is Unit Alpha. We're en route.
It's giving us 3 minutes. Oh.
Sound the alarm!
Nothing so far.
How many grams of fat do you aim for in a day? I don't aim for a certain amount of grams of fat.
Moving to next sector. Please advise. Suspects.
Jesus fucking damn it. Try not to run into the fucking Crimson Guards either. Son of a bitch. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. And we're dead. Oh, fuck.
The area is secure. Nothing to report. Proceeding as planned. Please advise. Right, we'll check it out. I hate the smell of this one.
Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh, these fucking assholes in the way. Oh my god.
This is Unit Alpha. We're en route.
Oh jeez. Where's this stupid fucking racing garage?
Jasmine? Jasmine.
Fuck. You're such an asshole.
Right, we'll check it out.
Holy mother of a fuck, dude.
Roger. Continuing our sweep.
Why are... Doesn't make sense. Why the fuck are they all in the way?
High-speed chase in Sector 4.
Great.
Get out of the veer. Stop! High-speed chase in Sector 4.
Did you see that shit?
Get out of the veer.
This is insane.
High-speed chase in Sector 4.
Oh my god, I'm not even close. Oh wait, I am kind of close. But holy fuck. I was right there. Oh my god, that's horrible. I was literally right there. Dude, fuck right off. If the stupid fucking people didn't get bunched up in that one spot, I would have been fine. That's crazy. Maybe I'll just fuck caring about running into Crimson Guards or something on the ground.
I hate the smell of this part.
It's really right down to the fucking wire. Holy shit.
Roger that. We're making our sweep. area. As your Baron, I am instituting a no.
Shit, I think I made a wrong turn.
Patrolling Sector 9.
It's kind of crazy how hard they made some of these fucking things. Like, dude, give it a break. I just have to get to someplace. There we go. Plenty of time to spare.
Hello? Crew said someone was looking for a race driver?
I'm busy right now. You must be Crew's new errand boys. Look,
Oh, there
I
we
don't
go.
mean to be rude. You did get here fast, but I'm not interested in any new drivers right now, and I've got work to do.
Is there anything we can do?
No, I'm working on a secret vehicle project.
Okay, sorry.
Listen, if you think you've got the guts to race in this town, try taking my prototype jet board out on the stadium course. Beat the stadium challenge, and maybe I'll consider you for my team.
Some of the jet board missions were fucking nuts. Jet board.
Moving to next sector.
There we go.
You can get on and off the jet board at any time. You can jump on your jet board. You can get a higher jump by ducking before you jump. Jump and jump again a little after you've landed for an even bigger launch. Try getting up on that higher ledge with a boost jump.
What higher ledge?
Try getting up on that higher ledge with a boost jump.
Oh.
You can land on a rail and grind across it. Try grinding on that rail. You can spin in the air. Land a perfect 360 for a speed boost.
Shit, you have to like hold multiple buttons.
You can do flips while you jump. You can also do tricks for fun. Try to put a number of moves together to get points. Get enough points to win the challenge.
Okay. Fuck. Oh my god, I'm gonna suck at this.
Durianrider Jasmine nigger.
Try to put a number of moves together to get points.
What the fuck was the... What was the speed boost one? Oh yeah. Yeah, some of that just, like the advice just was so quick. It's hard to retain all that. Okay, where's the garage? Cool, we can move around faster now too. I think this lets us go across water too. Oh, we can't use it here? Oh, damn. Okay, we don't get to keep it yet.
I've got suspicious activity in this sector.
Yeah.
We beat the stadium challenge.
Great. People do get lucky. Listen, don't you have someone to collect money from or beat up or something?
You don't like us, do you?
You work for that slimeball crew. What's not to like?
Looks like you've won a few races. Isn't it true the city champion gets to tour the palace?
Yeah? Why?
Could you get me into the palace?
A friendly visit, I gather.
Yeah, I'm a real fan of the Baron.
Okay, I'll help you out if you stop bothering me. I saw an old maintenance elevator at the base of one of the palace support towers. That old lift might take you up to the palace if you can find a way to turn on the elevator's power.
This is a no-hover zone!
Yeah, this was a pretty big open world.
Nothing so far.
This was like mind-blowing back in the day.
I've got suspicious activity in this sector.
I hadn't played any of the Grand Theft Auto games before I got this, so it was totally new.
Please advise. Suspect's description. Sweeping for suspect. Patrolling Sector 9. Be advised, I'm on foot.
Damn it, I hit a guard. Really easy to do.
Subject not in sight. Sweeping for suspects. This is Unit Alpha. We're on. Nothing so far.
Oh, there
Hi,
she is.
Sugar Plum. You new here? Well, what you got that's,
Yeah, this is better than GTA
Wait,
5.
I've seen you before. You're with the
Probably
underground.
better than GTA
I'm
6.
Tess. Torn sent me to spy on Crew. Play along, and I may be able to get my hands on a few of Crew's
Boobs.
secrets.
Ooh, I love undercover work, baby. But two can work better than one. Let me help you out. Wow, there sure are a lot of bottles back here. Woo! Oh, that goes down. Oh boy. Gee, I suppose that's real gold floating in there. How about this purple stuff? Woo!
Jack.
That's the stuff.
I need you
Firewater.
and that talking rat to go around and make a few collections for me.
Hey there, Five Gins. How's crimes?
What's his problem, eh?
Do I know how to work a
Nothing. I'm
compass?
just
Well,
fine. Mind your own business.
they point north.
I sometimes feel so very,
Listen,
very
I have 6 clients around town who are about to make money drops for me. I need you to collect each money back as fast as you can. And take care of any guards who get curious. Hmm? Get your money back too late, and some
feeling
sound.
so dry. You know what's the trouble with you, Crow? You got no vision. This place could be a real swinging joint. Hot heaven with more dancing, more macking, more women. Jack knows what
Just
I'm
collect
talking
all
about.
14 money bags before they disappear, and bring them back here. If you lose even one
I
bag,
love you,
then
man.
don't come back, eh?
Moving to next sector.
Oh, jeez. Oh my god. Dude.
Call in more Hellcat. Stop! Suspect in vehicle. Call in more Hellcat. Stop the vehicle. Stop! Call in more Hellcat.
Dude, give me a fucking break.
Stop the vehicle! Pull over! Suspect fleeing into Sector 5! No! Stop the vehicle! Suspect moving into Sector 6! Oh! Pull over!
Oh!
Pull over! Stop the vehicle! Suspect fleeing into Sector 5! I am disappointed. This city's lacking commitment and... High-speed chase in Sector 4! Stop! Call in more Hellcat! Take him out! Suspect fleeing into Sector 5! High-speed chase in Sector 4! Attention, citizens! Suspect in vehicle! Stop the vehicle! Suspect fleeing into Sector 5! Call in more Hellcat! Pull over! Call in more Hellcat! No!
There we go.
Let's bring the money back to Crew.
Please advise. Suspect's description.
Nice. Ah, damn it.
Arrest him! Lee! Get him!
Like the money collectors, eh? Here's a gun upgrade. Now get out! I need my beauty nap.
Trust me, brother. There aren't enough hours in the day.
Hey, machine gun.
Roger. Continue asking.
Oh, scattergun rate of fire increased. Okay. Not quite at the machine gun yet.
The area's secure.
I'd like a hover bike. It'd be pretty cool.
Nothing to report.
I had a really weird dream once where I got the first hover bike on the market, and it wasn't very good, and it didn't stop well. And it was really hard to make it turn, and I kept getting into accidents.
Proceeding as planned.
No!
Please advise. Suspects.
Okay. We will save things there. I think this still has a weird issue with quitting out. Alrighty. Well, it is late. I'm gonna get to bed. Hope you all had fun. We'll play again tomorrow in all likelihood. Don't have to train tomorrow, so probably do like a early gaming stream. Play some more Jack. But big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow. Sweet dreams.